Chapter 1132. In the state of the seal, the women were not sure, but now that the seal was released, the women could easily understand their physical condition. Compared to the other benefits, the improvement of physical fitness wasn't too big or too obvious. Especially for people like them who had already experienced the lightning tribulation, the improvement in their physique was insignificant. It was no wonder that the women did not discover it at first, and only thought it was another benefit under the seal of spiritual power. Even the cultivation of spiritual power could be improved. Naturally, the improvement of physical fitness was not a problem. Now that Gaou said so, the women naturally checked and then confirmed the situation. Could it be the credit of the eternal youth cultivation method? All the women were very puzzled. It has nothing to do with the eternal youth cultivation method, and it has nothing to do with the seal of spiritual power. Yang Chen shook his head with a smile, denied everyone's guess, and then asked, "Don't you think that the people living in Chixia town are in good health? Isn't it because you secretly arranged a spirit-gathering formation?" Gaou asked curiously. Before, the four women had always thought that the physical changes of those people in Chixia town were all because of Yang Chen. Now that Yang Chen said so, it obviously had nothing to do with him. Since it's a worldly experience, I naturally won't do that kind of thing. Yang Chen smiled and shook his head. Moreover, arranging a spirit-gathering formation can easily attract other cultivators. I don't have that kind of free time. What is the reason? You'd better say it. Gong Sunling saw that Yang Chen was keeping them in suspense, and she was also a little anxious, so she directly urged. Okay. Yang Chen no longer beat around the bush with everyone, and directly asked, "Don't you feel that there is a trace of human sovereign qi in everyone's body now?" Human sovereign qi? All the women were shocked, and then immediately checked. After everyone checked their bodies, they raised their heads and looked at each other, unable to say a word. Human sovereign qi was a unique kind of empress qi in the mortal world, and it was almost impossible for cultivators to have it. Only the ruler of a country would have such an aura. It was impossible for anyone else to have such an aura. However, occasionally, a few extremely lucky cultivators would occasionally use some things that were used by the human emperor, such as the imperial jade seal, to use some of the human emperor's qi. Although it was only the emperor's qi of the mortal world, once it was tainted with the word emperor, it would possess unimaginable power. The effect of the human sovereign's qi was not very powerful compared to those magic treasures that could destroy heaven and earth. It was just that within the scope of the human sovereign's qi, a small realm would be reduced by one level. It sounded simple, but in the eyes of cultivators, dropping a small realm was equivalent to crippling at least 50% of one's cultivation. One must know that the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to advance by a small realm. At the Darching stage, the gap of a small realm was even comparable to the combat effectiveness of a peak Yuanying stage cultivator. This was not all. This human sovereign's qi was useful in the spiritual world and the immortal world. Whether it was the masters of the spiritual world or the immortal world, when they encountered the human sovereign's qi, regardless of cause and effect, they would all be reduced by a small realm. This was the terrifying part. How many cultivators exhausted their minds and tried their best to get a trace of the human sovereign's qi, but they could not get it. The human sovereign's qi was not something that anyone could casually touch. The master who was blessed to the point of defying the natural order had only taken the imperial jade seal that had been passed down for hundreds of generations as his own. The others were similar, so they had the human sovereign's qi, a great killing weapon. Although they had it, they did not dare to use it casually. They would only use it at the moment of life and death, but they also had to pay a high price. This kind of human sovereign's qi that was obtained through external objects would even lower the realm of the owner at the same time. Because the human sovereign's qi was rare, when Yang Chen said that they had a trace of the human sovereign's qi, the four women felt so incredible. How was this possible? However, when they explored their bodies, they found that there was indeed a trace of infinite majesty in their sea of consciousness. They did not explore it too carefully before, but now they found it because of Yang Chen's reminder. This is the human sovereign's qi. Sun Qingshue's divine consciousness stimulated, and that trace of the qi was also stimulated. Suddenly, everyone felt a kind of speechless majesty, as if there was an emperor silently suppressing them, which was very uncomfortable. This is the human sovereign's qi. Yang Chen nodded with a smile and said, however, because everyone's situation is different, the amount of the human sovereign's qi absorbed is not the same, so the results are slightly different. The human sovereign's qi was something that could be seen but not reached. Everyone's luck was different, so it was very natural for them to get different amounts. As a cultivator, of course, this kind of thing could be accepted. What surprised everyone was how Yang Chen let everyone have the human sovereign's qi. Is it because we were buried in this tomb for 20 years? Shan immediately guessed the gist of it. But, how was this possible? How could one have the human sovereign's qi by simply faking death and lying in one place for 20 years? If other cultivators heard this news, they would definitely despise it to the extreme. If it was really so easy, then how could the countless ancestors who were looking for the human sovereign's qi endure it? This time, Yang Chen did not speak and just nodded. This time, the four women were even more puzzled. This was too incredible, wasn't it? This kind of shock even exceeded the surprise of having the human sovereign's qi. In fact, everything was calculated in advance. Yang Chen knew that if the four women did not figure out this problem, they would definitely not give up, so he began to explain. Chixia Town was a place that Yang Chen had arranged for them a long time ago. The four women did not think about anything else. They just thought that it looked good and seemed ordinary, so they just stayed here. They had never thought that this was a place of the dragon vein. Living here for decades, in fact, they were constantly adapting to the faint trace of the human sovereign's qi that escaped from the dragon vein. Over the past few decades, his body had naturally improved despite not undergoing any cultivation. This was the reason why his physique had naturally improved. The long years of adaptation were ultimately just preparation for the last 20 years. The ordinary tomb that Yang Chen chose, in the eyes of ordinary feng shui masters, was just an ordinary place called the Jade Belt Cave, but in fact, it was where the dragon head of the entire dragon vein was located. During the 20 years of faking death, they were constantly absorbing the pure human sovereign's qi in the dragon vein. Unconsciously, the women had the human sovereign's qi that made countless cultivators crazy. Chapter 1133. You mean, this is where the head of the dragon vein is? After listening to Yang Chen's simple description, all the women were stunned, and it was Sun Qingxue who asked with some disbelief. Before yesterday, yes. Yang Chen nodded without hesitation, but he still added an attribute to limit it to before yesterday. The dragon vein was the place where the qi of the human emperor in the world was gathered, and it had always been uncertain. Under normal circumstances, it would not stay in one place for more than 20 years. This was common sense. And the four women obviously knew this common sense. Coupled with the fact that their family had been lying here for 20 years being nourished by the dragon vein, if they still could not figure out what was going on, it would really be a bit of a waste of their geniuses. However, because the dragon vein was the convergence of the human emperor's qi, even cultivators, even if they cultivated to the peak of the Mahayana realm, it was impossible to see the location of the dragon vein, let alone accurately find the dragon vein and use it completely for 20 years. This was simply impossible. However, the changes in their bodies made the four women believe that the impossible had happened to them. The only explanation was that Yang Chen did not know where to find the exact location of the dragon vein. When the four women looked at their husband again, their eyes seemed to be looking at a monster. Countless cultivators could not figure out the location of the dragon vein, but Yang Chen easily included it in his own plan. How crazy would it be to let those people know? However, it wasn't the first time that her husband had displayed such an incredible ability. If he wanted to go crazy, those people would have gone crazy over and over again. They would have turned into lunatics. Yang Chen also laughed in his heart. Others did not know where the dragon vein was in the mortal world, but there were detailed records in the heavenly court. In his previous life, when Yang Chen had nothing to do, he often looked through such boring things. It was not surprising to add such a link to his own plan. How do we use the human emperor's qi in our bodies? Shanshan quickly calmed down and asked quickly. For the time being, Shanshan, you and Xiaoshua's Renhuang qi can only protect yourselves. Yang Chen shook his head regretfully and said, if someone else uses the Renhuang qi against you, you won't be affected at all. Why? Sun Qingxue was a little unbalanced. Everyone has been lying in the grave for 20 years. Why is Gaou and Gong Sunling different from them? Because you don't have any Dragon Clan magic treasures on you. Yang Chen sighed and said with a little pity, the magic treasures of the Dragon Clan are the best magic treasures that can contain the Renhuang Qi. Both the Dragon Horn Flying Sword and the Mountain River Geographical Map have absorbed a lot of human sovereign Qi, so their attacks will have the characteristics of human sovereign Qi. Yang Chen got a lot of things from the Dragon Clan's treasure house, but not all of them were given to his women. Gaou's Dragon Horn Flying Sword and Gong Suanling's Mountain River Geographical Map were prepared a long time ago. At that time, Yang Chen had not yet played with Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, so naturally, he did not prepare for them. The rest of the things obtained from the Dragon Clan's treasure house were used by Yang Chen himself. The 5-element hook, except for Yang Chen, no one else could use it. The sea-pouring jasper cup and the shuttle were not compatible with the attributes of the two women. The dragon tower was used by Xiao Tian, leaving only the golden bell and the gourd. The golden bell was of the metal attribute, and the gourd was of the wood attribute, which was suitable for Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, but neither of them were offensive magic treasures. The golden bell was defensive, and the gourd, needless to say, was just a container. Naturally, all of these Dragon Clan magic treasures have absorbed enough Emperor's Qi. At this point, Yang Chen would not favor one over the other, and directly took out both the golden bell and the gourd and placed them in front of the two women. The golden bell is excellent for protection, and Shanshan should be suitable. However, it is not your life source magic weapon. You can only find a way to integrate the golden bell with your life source flying sword after you arrive in the spiritual world or the immortal world. Yang Chen showed the golden bell and said to Shishanshan. The reason why it was said that it could only be integrated in the spiritual world or the immortal world was that no matter who it was, their cultivation base was not enough to move the golden bell. And even if it was in the immortal world, it was estimated that there was only one possibility. The powerful magic weapon refined by the Dragon Clan was not something that anyone could think of. The defensive magic weapon is not suitable for my swordsmanship. Shishanshan naturally knew the power of the golden bell, but her swordsmanship had always been indomitable. If she got the golden bell, it would make her heart worry and she would no longer be able to maintain that kind of bright sword heart. For the golden bell, Shishanshan directly refused. Yang Chen did not take it out before because of this reason. Now she was afraid that Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue would have some ideas and feel that she was unfair, so she took it out. Unexpectedly, Shishanshan had a clear direction for her own cultivation. In the face of this kind of Dragon Clan magic weapon with the Emperor's Qi, she also refused it without hesitation. It was no wonder that Shishanshan had a clear direction for her own cultivation. In the face of this kind of Dragon Clan magic weapon with the Emperor's Qi, she refused it without hesitation. Little Shui, the gourd has no attack power, only some wine and spiritual liquid of origin. Yang Chen pushed the gourd in front of Sun Qingxue and motioned for her to put it away. Sun Qingxue picked up the gourd, held it in her hand for a long time, and returned it to Yang Chen. A magic weapon without the ability to attack is meaningless with the Emperor's Qi. The two women all refused the magic weapons of the Dragon Clan, which made Yang Chen a little surprised. It was understandable for Shishanshan, but Sun Qingxue's performance was so obvious that she did not take the gourd, which made Yang Chen look at her in a different light. Husband, I don't care. Sister Gao and Sister Gongsun both have magic weapons with the Emperor's Qi, but Sister Shanshan and I don't have them. You are biased. Although she refused the two magic weapons of the Dragon Clan, Sun Qingxue still stayed in Yang Chen's arms and kept acting like a spoiled child, looking unbalanced. The other three women all saw the intention of Sun Qingxue. It was clear that she wanted their husband to compensate for the imbalance of not having the Emperor's Qi. No one said anything. They all looked at Yang Chen with a smile, to see what else he had to offer. There was no other way. Their husband was becoming more and more unfathomable. He could even get the Emperor's Qi, a peerless treasure, through the experience of the mortal world. They had to put a little pressure on him to see what benefits he could get. Anyway, he was their husband, and it was normal for him to compensate his wife. Well, I won't be biased. Yang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry because of Sun Qingshue's entanglement. Looking at the posture of the other 3 women, he finally had no choice but to admit defeat. I have already prepared it for you. It depends on whether you can bear the hardship. As he said this, Yang Chen opened his palm and presented the thing in his palm to everyone. Chapter 1134. In the hands of Yang Chen, there was a small green bead, like an emerald, spinning around. The bead was very round, but there was no spiritual power overflowing, so people did not understand what it was. What is this? Sun Qingxue asked curiously. As she spoke, she reached out and picked up the bead. She held it in front of her eyes and observed it carefully for a while. She was a little uncertain and asked seed. Yes, seed. Yang Chen sat on the coffin, holding Sun Qingxue and replied. What seed? When everyone heard that this was a seed, they knew that it must be related to Sun Qingxue. No one asked much, only Sun Qingxue frowned and asked what is the use. A seed that can help you improve your cultivation. Yang Chen replied with a smile, and then suddenly asked little Shui, are you afraid of suffering? Not afraid. In front of the other 3 women, even if Sun Qingxue was really afraid, it was impossible to say it. Moreover, if it was just a seed, Sun Qingxue would not be bitter. Do you know why Elder Hua is only in the early darching stage, but the reason why his combat power is extraordinary? Yang Chen smiled and asked everyone. Elder Hua was the master of Sun Qingxue. Her story has almost spread throughout the world of cultivators. Everyone knows that she once fought against the blood demon vine alone for hundreds of years. Elder Hua has such achievements because he has fought against the blood demon vine alone for hundreds of years, and his 100 years of life and death experience. Shishanshan quickly added on the side, then looked at the green seed and asked with some concern, husband, you don't want little Shui to experience the suffering of Elder Hua again, do you? When Yang Chen rescued Elder Hua, Sun Qingxue was present, but not in the small courtyard, but outside with Sect Master Lu. The situation of that year was still vivid in her mind. When Sun Qingxue thought of the appearance of her master being sucked by the blood demon vine layer by layer, she felt a chill. No. The scene of the blood phantom vine was so shocking that even Sun Qingxue could not help but say no. Not to mention the taste of being sucked by the blood demon vine, just the situation was frightening. Sun Qingxue could hardly imagine her whole body covered with blood demon vines. Don't worry, I don't want my wife to become so ugly. Yang Chen could feel the slight trembling of Sun Qingxue's delicate body in his arms, and the hand around her slender waist tightened a little, giving Sun Qingxue a little comfort. I just want you to have one more experience, and at the same time, one more way to cultivate. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the women felt a little calmer in their hearts. Sun Qingxue's mood also eased a little, but her body was still trembling slightly, holding the green seed and asked, what should I do? This is a seed of the demonized blue jade blood phantom vine, which is a fusion of 3 vines. Yang Chen quickly introduced, among them, the blue jade vine can detoxify 99% of the poisons in the world, and the blood phantom vine is, needless to say, naturally it is sucking blood. In addition, there is the weakest kind of vine, which is the demonized demon vine living on the demon continent. Whether it is the blue jade vine or the blood phantom vine, they are extremely precious vines. Elder Hua was absorbed by the blood phantom vine in order to get a blood phantom vine. Hearing that this was actually a fusion of the seed of the blue jade vine and the blood phantom vine, in terms of preciousness alone, Sun Qingxue was naturally surprised. What puzzled the 4 women was that the name of the demonized demon vine, of course, the 4 women had heard of it, but Yang Chen said that it was the weakest kind of vine. They didn't know where this came from. However, Yang Chen always has his own reasons, and I believe that Yang Chen will say it without asking. The reason why the demonized demon vine is the weakest is that the blue jade blood phantom vine only fused with a seed of the demonized demon vine, and did not fuse with the main body, so it is relatively the weakest. Sure enough, the next is Yang Chen's explanation. Hearing this explanation, the women were all stunned. A mature body that has grown up and a seed, of course, can't be compared. However, don't underestimate this demon vine seed that has been fused. It was collected from a second-grade human immortal demonized demon vine. Yang Chen emphasized the importance of the demonized demon vine, Even if it is just a seed, it can't be underestimated. All the women were stunned for a while. Yang Chen told them about his experience in the demon continent, but he never said how powerful the things he dealt with were. Hearing that it was a second-grade human immortal demonized demon vine, this kind of thing that has surpassed the cultivation of all people in the mortal world, unexpectedly appeared in the mortal world, the women couldn't help but be surprised. What you have to do is to refine this demonized blue jade blood phantom vine seed, then plant it in your own body, and nourish it with your own flesh and blood spirit power. Yang Chen hugged Sun Qingxue and said a little hardened his heart. Everyone knows what it would be like to nourish such a plant with their own flesh and blood spirit power, even if it was a seed that has been refined. At most, it would be obedient, but the suffering that should be suffered would not be reduced at all. With the blue jade vine, the blood phantom vine itself can be suppressed, and it will not be as terrifying as Elder Hua in the past. Yang Chen comforted Sun Qingxue in a low voice, and at the same time advised her, but you will also experience the taste of Elder Hua in the past, and the benefits to you are self-evident. And Elder Hua had the same experience in the past. I believe he can give you detailed advice. This kind of cultivation method could almost be said to be in the same vein as Elder Hua wanting. Elder Hua has his own 100 years of experience, and naturally can guide Sun Qingxue in this regard. Yang Chen's arrangement basically took into account the factors of Sun Qingxue's master and the sect. In the past 200 years, Yang Chen has basically arranged the cultivation of the 4 women. Gaoyu and Gong Sunling are fine. They are all people of Chunyang Palace, and there will be no complaints. But Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan are different. They have their own sect, and they always have to consider the feelings of the sect. Especially Sun Qingxue is different from Shishanshan. Shishanshan's master Song Huan is weak in the sect. Basically, Shishanshan mainly cultivates by herself. Sun Qingxue's master is a very strong elder. If this is always the case, it will definitely make Elder Hua dissatisfied. In this way, although Sun Qingxue suffers a little, it makes Elder Hua more emotionally acceptable. Of course, his own disciple should be guided by himself, so it is justifiable. I believe that under the guidance of Elder Hua, you can make rapid progress in just a few decades. Yang Chen continued, this is a kind of spiritual power sharpening in itself. I believe you can persist. Don't refuse. Seeing that Sun Qingxue wanted to refuse, Yang Chen directly blocked her words in her throat. Doing this is just the first step. Chapter 1135. It was not so easy for a young and beautiful female cultivator like Sun Qingxue to cultivate with vines crawling all over her body. Although she knew that Yang Chen was doing this for her own good, Sun Qingxue still subconsciously wanted to refuse. She believed that Elder Hua did not want his disciple to suffer what she had suffered in the past. Elder Hua doted on Sun Qingxue so much that he certainly did not want her to suffer. However, Yang Chen said that this was only the first step, which made Sun Qingxue unable to say anything. She could only stare at Yang Chen with slightly pitiful eyes, waiting for him to continue. Don't pretend to be pitiful. Yang Chen smiled and gently pinched Sun Qingxue's pretty face. There is a reason for you to do this. In addition to going through a lot of suffering and tempering, the most important thing for you is to completely master this demonized blue jade blood phantom vine. Especially the part that focuses on the demonized vine, you must completely control it. Do I have to use the demonic qi to temper my cultivation all the time? Sun Qingxue still had a slightly pleading expression, which made people feel pity for her. Especially when she asked in a low voice with this expression, it was even more so. Of course, the demonic qi can't appear at will. Yang Chen shook his head and directly let everyone give up the idea of using the demonic qi. If you don't want to be regarded as a demon, you can only use the demonic qi to temper it here. At other times, don't even think about it. At this point, all the women knew what Yang Chen said was right, so they did not refute it and nodded silently. Then why do you focus on controlling the part of the demonized vine? Do you have to do this? Husband. Sun Qingxue still had a little bit of resistance in her heart and asked in anticipation. It was about her own decades of suffering. Although Sun Qingxue cultivated hard, she would try not to experience that kind of suffering if she could avoid it. Unless it was a last resort, She was really unwilling to let her famous dancing snow fairy become a vine-entangling tree. Not only Sun Qingxue, but the other 3 women also felt that it was too cruel to treat Sun Qingxue. It was just that Yang Chen had been very serious from the beginning until now, and did not look like he was joking, so the 3 women forcibly held back from asking. But seeing that Yang Chen did not seem to be accommodating at all, Gao Yu had to plead for Sun Qingxue. Yang Chen, Xiao Shui doesn't know any better. What she said just now wasn't intentional. How about you don't let Xiao Shui suffer like this? Gao Yu thought that Yang Chen made Sun Qingxue suffer a little because Sun Qingxue said that Yang Chen was biased, so she had to help Sun Qingxue say something good. As soon as Gao Yu opened her mouth, Sun Qingxue did not dare to interrupt, but her little head kept nodding. It was as if Gao Yu had said what Yang Chen was thinking. At the same time, she still had that kind of pitiful look on her face, begging her husband. This time, Gao Yu did not call Yang Chen husband, but Yang Chen, which showed that she was taking out her master's identity to talk about this. In this regard, Yang Chen had to consider it. Although I am not so good, I am not so narrow-minded, right? Seeing Gao Yu being so formal, Yang Chen could not help but smile bitterly. Xiao Shui, are you really not willing? Yang Chen took back the green bead from Sun Qingxue's fingers and asked with a smile. Seeing that Yang Chen seemed to have the intention to let go, Sun Qingxue was overjoyed and quickly nodded her head. As long as she did not become a tree wrapped in vines, it was fine. Husband, Xiao Shui was wrong. Xiao Shui will be obedient in the future, so don't use this seed, okay? Striking the iron while it was hot, Sun Qingxue immediately began to use this opportunity to act like a spoiled child, admitting her mistake and saying good words, hoping to dispel Yang Chen's idea. What do you think? Yang Chen was a little funny, so he turned to the other 2 women and asked for their opinions. It's good to go through some hardships, your cultivation will improve a lot. Shanshan definitely supported it. She was a cultivation fanatic, so of course she would support it. Hearing Shanshan's words, Sun Qingxue's face immediately collapsed, and she turned to Gong Sunling pitifully. Don't suffer like that. Gong Sunling also could not bear to see her sister suffer, so she could not help but plead. Okay then. Yang Chen put away the green seed, then don't suffer like that. Husband is the best. Sun Qingxue was overjoyed, and in ecstasy, she directly hugged Yang Chen and kissed Yang Chen's face, and cheered. Seeing this, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling could not help but shake their heads. It was not that they could not bear to see Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue being intimate, it was because Sun Qingxue was the youngest, and she was somewhat spoiled. After a while, you still have to ask husband to give you that seed, why bother? Shanshan also shook her head, but the words she said had a different feeling. When did you refuse the arrangement of husband? Sun Qingxue, who was cheering, suddenly froze, and even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were a little stunned. Everyone thought about it carefully, and found that what Shanshan said seemed to be true. When did they refuse Yang Chen's arrangement? Even Gao Yu, who had a fire attribute, eventually cultivated a water attribute cultivation method, right? It was later proved that Gao Yu's acquired water spirit root was full value, and Yang Chen's arrangement was not wrong at all. In this case, how could Yang Chen give up halfway when he took out the seed of the demonized Jasper Blood Phantom vine so solemnly this time? Not to mention anything else, the seed alone was enough to make countless people fight for it. Using such a seed to stimulate the body was only the first step of Yang Chen's requirements. What was the next step? It sounded like such a big thing, could it really be so easy to refuse? Suddenly, the pitiful expression appeared on Sun Qingxue's face again, like a puppy who had done something wrong. Husband. Sun Qingxue's pitiful voice, ordinary people would definitely feel sorry for her after hearing it, and they would no longer demand the owner of the voice. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was an exception. Shanshan understands me, husband. Yang Chen gave Shanshan a smile, then turned back to face Sun Qingxue, and asked again, you really don't want to use it? Yes. Sun Qingxue kept nodding. Alas. Yang Chen shook his head and seemed to have given up, but he said with regret, I, your husband, still have the main body of a second-grade earth immortal demonic vine. If you can absorb and fuse with it, I believe it will be of great help to your cultivation. But since you don't want to, then forget it. As soon as these words came out, Sun Qingxue was stunned for a while. The pitiful expression lasted for less than a few breaths, and was replaced by an anxious look. I want it, husband, I want it, give me that seed. Chapter 1136. Sun Qingxue's performance made the other three women speechless and shook their heads for a while. At first, she refused to do anything, and even Gao Yu put on the air of a master to intercede with Yang Chen. Now she didn't need to be urged, and she immediately took the initiative to ask for it. They really didn't know what to say. However, the women were really speechless at the performance of their husband. One was because he had already paved the way for everyone quietly, and the other was, as Shashanshan said, everyone had no reason to refuse him. The true body of a second-grade earth immortal demonized vine, it was really scary to say it out loud. Only now did the four women know what kind of horror Yang Chen faced when he was in the center of the demon continent. Thinking that they only worked together to resist the attacks of some Mahayana stage demonized beasts, it seemed that the gap between them and their husband was getting farther and farther. This kind of emotion was easy to appear. It couldn't be helped, the second-grade earth immortal, which had exceeded everyone's imagination. It was an existence that could easily kill all the masters of the 5 major sects at any time. It was actually collected by Yang Chen. What did this mean? How could there be such a monster in the mortal world? It's not so dangerous. When I went there, the ultimate demonized vine was already on the verge of death. I just picked up a ready-made bargain. Yang Chen looked at the expressions of the 4 women and knew what they were thinking, and hurriedly enlightened them. He didn't tell the 4 women about the details before because he was afraid that they would have any bad thoughts. At the critical moment of cultivation, Yang Chen didn't want them to have any bad thoughts, especially that kind of depressed mood, which was a taboo for cultivation. Having said that, the women still felt that the gap between them and Yang Chen was getting bigger and bigger. However, this was the time when the difference between a genius and a mediocre person was reflected. We will catch up with you. Shashanshan was the first to jump out and directly announced her determination with this sentence. Next, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling and Sun Qingxue all had the kind of unyielding posture. For the time being, Sun Qingxue was comforted. With this second-grade earthly immortal demonized vine, Sun Qingxue reckoned that she wouldn't have any free time until she ascended. Moreover, there was no guarantee that she could completely integrate with it. It was possible that after she ascended to the spiritual realm and possessed the cultivation of a human immortal, she could truly integrate and absorb the power of this demonized vine. Needless to say, this kind of cultivation speed and efficiency would definitely make countless people's eyeballs explode in shock. Who didn't have eyes and dared to provoke Sun Qingxue? It would definitely not end well. Needless to say, Gao Yu cultivated in both water and fire, and integrated with the dragon horn flying sword that had absorbed the aura of the human sovereign. As long as she attacked, her opponent would immediately drop by a small realm. Coupled with the power of the dragon horn flying sword, coupled with the experience of the demon continent, even in the face of a master of the peak darching stage, she would not be at a disadvantage. Not to mention Gong Sunling, her cultivation base was the highest among everyone now, but because her spiritual power was somewhat impure, she was concentrating on tempering the mountain river geographical map and condensing spiritual power. He believed that when this step was completed, with the help of hundreds of darching stage masters in the mountain river geographical map, Gong Sunling would definitely be able to walk sideways in the mortal world. Finally, there was only one Shashanshan left, and it seemed that she didn't seem to have made much progress. Of course, this was also relative. Compared with anyone at the same level, Shashanshan's combat effectiveness was outstanding, except for Yang Chen. Things have reached this point. Sun Qingxue also thoroughly understood that Yang Chen was not so narrow-minded, and immediately began to complain for Shashanshan. Husband, Sister Shanshan is the only one who doesn't have your special guidance, you can't be biased. Sun Qingxue talked about favoritism again, making it difficult for Yang Chen to refuse. Only Sun Qingxue was suitable to say this. Anyway, Shashanshan, a competitive person, would never say that he was biased in front of Yang Chen and then ask for benefits. I've already prepared it. I don't need you to tell me. Yang Chen smiled and scratched Sun Qingshue's little jade nose, and said dotingly. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Qingxue immediately succeeded. She secretly gave Shashanshan an evil look, and grabbed the seed of the demonized jasper blood vine from Yang Chen's hand. She hid it like a treasure, and her face was full of joy. Like Xiaoxue, go back to the sect and concentrate on cultivation for a few decades, and then I'll go to a place with you to take samples. Yang Chen said to Shashanshan, anyway, before you go to the spiritual realm, you don't have to worry about not having anything to cultivate. Thank you, husband. Shashanshan was calm. She nodded at Yang Chen and said this, and then said no more. What is it? Sun Qingxue began to be curious again. She pulled Yang Chen's arm and asked. You don't have to think too much. It's not good for anyone to know in advance. Yang Chen didn't say it this time, but just smiled and refused. In the future, except for the dual cultivation method, this is the last time I will interfere with your cultivation. After taking care of the 4 people, Yang Chen said to everyone very seriously. Yang Chen's statement made everyone stunned. For a long time, everyone seemed to be used to Yang Chen's arrangements. As long as they followed Yang Chen's words, there was basically no big problem. Now that Yang Chen suddenly said this, the 4 women had an indescribable feeling. In fact, each of you has your own persistence and direction. I have interfered so much in the early stage, which is already my limit. In the future, you can only rely on yourselves. Yang Chen said very seriously this time, even if it's a master, it's the master who leads you into the door. Cultivation is in the hands of the individual. Without my interference, you will develop better. I look forward to the performance of your geniuses. Let me be proud to be your husband. In just a few words, Yang Chen's own thoughts were clearly explained, and at the same time, the mood of the 4 women was raised to a point of anger. It sounded good to let Yang Chen be proud to be their husband. Are we going to be separated for a while? Sun Qingxue was excited, but she also heard some of Yang Chen's words, and couldn't help but ask. We have been together for more than 100 years, almost 200 years. We are all people of our own sect, and we always have to make some contributions to the sect. Gaou understood Yang Chen's thoughts, and directly said these words for Yang Chen, you can't forget the cultivation of the sect just because you are married. Gaou had always been the big sister, and everyone believed in her words. Especially this time, Gaou was actually expressing it on behalf of Yang Chen, and the women had no objections. However, as Gaou said, everyone had been together for 200 years, and they had long been used to each other's existence. They were naturally very reluctant to part with each other. Even when they were separated by death in Chixia town, there was no such sorrow of separation. There was no banquet in the world that did not come to an end, and everyone had to be separated for a short time after all. Chapter 1137. Don't be so sad, we have a long time in the future. Yang Chen was relatively more open-minded. As a man, he was naturally not as sentimental as a woman. Seeing that the 4 women were a little unhappy, he still said a good thing to make the 4 women happy. In fact, we have slept here for 20 years, and there are still some other benefits. Yang Chen's words attracted everyone's attention. What benefits? Gong Sunling asked casually. We 5 masters of the Yuanying stage have slept on the dragon vein for 20 years. Not to mention that we have absorbed the Emperor's qi, it will also bring great blessings to the future generations of the family. Yang Chen said with a smile, at least we can bring 200 years of the Emperor's destiny to the future generations of the family. In the future, there will be a day when the future generations of the family will sit on the throne. Compared with the ordinary good feng shui, being buried on the head of the dragon vein, it cannot be described as the ancestral grave emitting smoke, but the ancestral grave setting off fireworks. With such good feng shui, the future generations will naturally have deep blessings. The 200 years of the Emperor's destiny is still less than what Yang Chen said. Speaking of Yang Chen, he has no plans to have children now, and the 4 women are the same. Usually, when cultivators have children, most of them have children because of their limited qualifications and can't continue to go further, so they will leave behind descendants. Generally speaking, female cultivators think more that the mother will have children because of the value of the son. The four women naturally have no problems with qualifications, so there is no need to consider the problem of having children at all. Even if they want to have children, according to Yang Chen, it will be after they ascend to the immortal world. Otherwise, if they have children, everyone's experience in the mortal world will be more perfect. The separation is imminent. Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue are particularly reluctant. Gaou and Gong Sunling will definitely return to Chunyang Palace with Yang Chen, and they can be together at any time, but the two women have no such opportunity. Knowing that it wasn't easy for them, Gaou and Gong Sunling gave the last part of the party to Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. The two girls expressed their sorrow of parting without hesitation. Even when Yang Chen sent everyone back to their respective sect, the two girls were unwilling to part with Yang Chen. Even during the double cultivation, they were together, and they slept together, which made Yang Chen enjoy the taste of gentleness. It must be said that the 90 years of worldly experience arranged by Yang Chen was simply too effective. The symptoms of the killing syndrome accumulated in the demon continent before were gone. After living with ordinary people for decades, they were able to control their own actions at any time, anywhere, and with a calm mind tempered by ordinary people. The power of madness was terrifying, but the power of complete control was even more frightening. The four women had now entered a higher level of power. This time, they sent Sun Qingxue back to Blue Cloud Sect first. Under the guidance of Yang Chen, Sun Qingxue had planted the demonized blue jade blood phantom vine. However, under her control, the vines were only on a small scale. Only when Sun Qingxue was willing would they drill out of her body a little. Elder Hua was shocked when he saw Sun Qingxue's state. He thought that Yang Chen did not take good care of Sun Qingxue and almost fell out with Yang Chen on the spot. Sun Qingxue cleverly said that she wanted to follow the old path of her master, which made Elder Hua accept it with heartache and joy, but he still held Sun Qingxue in his arms and loved her very much, almost calling her sweetheart. Naturally, everyone was very tight-lipped about the ultimate demonized demon vine. This was the secret of the demon continent, and naturally no one who had sworn a heart demon oath would disclose it. Elder Hua was very satisfied that his disciple could follow his old path and at the same time could control the blood phantom vine. He immediately took Sun Qingxue to retreat and taught her the way to fight against the blood phantom vine. At this point, no one had a better say than Elder Hua. Leaving Sun Qingxue in Blue Cloud Sect, Yang Chen took the three women straight to Shishanshan. This time, on the way, Shishanshan dominated Yang Chen. The cold plum fairy, who was usually cold and elegant, hated that she could not integrate with Yang Chen during this period of time, and was reluctant to be separated for a moment. In the next few decades, the main direction of Shishanshan's efforts was to strengthen the control of her life source flying sword. The life source flying sword that had just been tempered still needed to be further perfected in order to become a better life source magic weapon than the one in her previous life. Of course, purifying spiritual power and improving cultivation base were indispensable. According to Yang Chen's estimation, it would take at least 30 years for Shishanshan to be able to withstand the power of the thing Yang Chen said. Before that, don't even think about it. There was no way. The defects in the realm of cultivation base could not be made up for by anything. When Shishanshan returned from the demon continent, her performance in the sect was very eye-catching, seriously injuring senior sister Li Jiqi in one move, seriously injuring elder Liu Ziwei in one move, knocking down elder Bei Shuangyu in 2 moves, and later fighting with elder Minute Huafeng in a tie, which had already made the sect stunned. This time, Shishanshan would definitely be able to get the focus of the sect's training. At this point, Yang Chen had no doubt. He only hoped that in the future, Shishanshan would be better than in her previous life. After sending Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue back to their respective sect, Yang Chen took Gaou and Gong Sunling and slowly returned to Chunyang Palace. These days, Yang Chen had been taking care of the two women. Only now did Yang Chen have the opportunity to carefully explore the changes that had taken place in his body. Needless to say, the magic weapons of the Dragon Clan, the Golden Bell, the 5-element rope hook, the sea-pouring jasper cup, the gourd, and the flying shuttle had all absorbed enough of the human emperor's qi. The benefits that Gaou and Gong Sunling had occupied, Yang Chen did not fall behind. But there was another thing that the four women could not match. When Yang Chen was pretending to be dead, the white dragon in his sea of consciousness was absorbing the human emperor's qi like a whale. That white dragon was originally Long Wei formed after Yang Chen absorbed the dragon Yuan when he was in the Dragon Palace. It was originally very majestic. Once it was released, even if the cultivation base was much higher than Yang Chen's, they would feel that kind of terrifying majesty. Now that it had absorbed enough human emperor's qi, that kind of majesty had become more and more terrifying. Even the masters of the Daching stage in front of Yang Chen, it was estimated that there would be an involuntary feeling of wanting to kneel down. It was a kind of awe that came from the bottom of their hearts, and their status was directly lowered by a head, far more than a small realm of cultivation base could compare. After the entire mortal world experience, Yang Chen completed at least tens of thousands of second-grade inner sensing pills and hundreds of second-grade questioning inner heart pills. At the same time, during this time, Yang Chen also absorbed and merged hundreds of kinds of demonic fire seeds below the 5th grade, and the power of the yin-yang heaven burning fire was even more terrifying. Because Yang Chen did not seal his spirit power, during these years, Yang Chen was almost constantly condensing and purifying his spirit power. Now Yang Chen's spirit power, although the quality was still not comparable to Li Cheng's, but compared to a few decades ago, it had at least doubled. Chapter 1138. After planting a seed of ambition for Taishanmen, Yang Chen did not contact Li Liheng much in the following days. He casually found a reason that Senior Liu Fengzi was going to retreat for a while, and it was easy to dodge it. Because there was no consumption of the spatial spiritual sense cultivation method, Li Liheng's remaining spirit congealing pills could basically meet his need for 2 pills a month. In 50 years, even without waiting for Yang Chen and the others to return from the demon continent, Li Liheng's old illness could be considered to have been cured. At least for a very long time, Li Liheng had not fainted for no reason. This time has lasted for almost 100 years, which fully shows that Yang Chen's spirit congealing pills are really effective. At this point, Yang Chen's credibility was still enough. If he said it would be taken for 50 years, it would be 50 years. The senior executives of Taishanmen were very happy about this. After Li Liheng's hidden dangers were eliminated, he could only improve his own cultivation base in the future, and then he could communicate with the seniors in the spiritual world without worry. There was still a batch of spirit congealing pills left, but no one dared to use them at will this time. The core senior executives all understood that Li Liheng and Senior Liu Fengzi would now consume at least 10 pills. If he wanted to communicate with Senior Liu Fengzi in the future, he would need the help of spirit congealing pills. In this regard, Li Liheng also consulted Senior Liu Fengzi, and the explanation given by Senior Liu Fengzi was that the spiritual awareness cultivation base of the two sides was too different, which led to this. This situation seems to be aggravated in the future, because it seems that Senior Liu Fengzi's spiritual awareness growth is much faster than Li Liheng's. Li Liheng also relayed this idea to the core senior executives, but the core senior executives did not have a good way. When it came to cultivation, one had to take one step at a time. Anyone who wanted to take a shortcut would have to pay a higher price in the end. Li Liheng was clear about the meaning of the senior executives, but it did not mean that he could accept the status quo. In fact, Senior Liu Fengzi once pointed out that the Freedom Demon Heart Sutra seemed to be able to accelerate Li Liheng's spiritual awareness cultivation base. Li Liheng was not too presumptuous, he just concentrated on cultivation. It had to be said that those who could enter the Taishanmen were all relatively good aptitudes. In the past 100 years, Li Liheng had successfully passed the Thunder Tribulation and entered the early Yuanying realm. Yang Lan has been close to Li Liheng these years, the nominal brother-in-law of the young sect master, and the popular person around him. This identity finally let him taste the kind of high and mighty taste. Although it was just a false feeling of being a fox borrowing the tiger's might, this feeling was truly wonderful. Compared to being bullied by fellow disciples like a stray dog in the past, this feeling was incomparable. Over the past 100 years, Yang Lan's cultivation has also improved day by day, and he has entered the peak Jedan stage. It seems that he is only one step away from entering the ranks of the Yuanying stage. Li Liheng's behavior seemed normal, but he couldn't hide it from the person next to him. Yang Lan was keenly aware of this. Thus, one time when she was serving Li Liheng a drink, Yang Lan skillfully guided Li Liheng, allowing him to speak his mind that he didn't dare to speak normally. The cause that Yang Chen planted in the past had finally borne fruit, and it was still after 100 years. No one would doubt that it had anything to do with Senior Liu Fengzi, and even Li Liheng himself would not realize what he had said. He was worried that his spiritual awareness cultivation base would not catch up with Senior Liu Fengzi in the spiritual world. The spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, these incredible things made Yang Lan listen to it like a book from heaven, and he was shocked to the extreme. He didn't believe it, but the performance of the core high-level members of the Taishanmen made Yang Lan believe that it was true. In particular, Li Liheng spat out the truth after drinking this time, and even said a shocking news about the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Formation, which made Yang Lan almost faint with excitement. This big formation was so powerful that it could turn the entire Taishanmen's mountain gate into a cultivation resort. What was particularly special was that the special formation could directly raise a person's cultivation base from the lowest to the ascension stage. This kind of thing, if it wasn't said by Li Liheng, Yang Lan wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. But as the person next to Li Liheng, Yang Lan was clear about some high-level movements. In the past 100 years, it seemed that the resources provided by the disciples of the sect had been shrinking, and the Taishanmen were quietly collecting a large number of materials. All of this was simply a naked indication that the high-level members were preparing for this Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Formation, and the preparatory work seemed to have been basically completed. After Li Liheng said all his thoughts, the whole person was indescribably relaxed, and it seemed that the demons in his heart that had accumulated for many years were gone. After waking up, his cultivation base and state of mind had a significant improvement, and the cultivation base of his spiritual awareness had also increased slightly. Yang Lan had always been calm. After hearing these news, she never showed any abnormalities. The only thing was that she served Li Liheng more and more wholeheartedly, and also let Li Liheng taste the pride of a man who had never failed a woman, and he was more and more favored. After being careful for a long time, Yang Lan finally found a chance to tell her brother, Yang Lan, about this. Yang Lan's purpose was also very clear, to help Li Liheng satisfy, and at that time, he could also secretly enjoy the special formation eye. This time, Yang Lan was like a treasure, and finally made up his mind to help the young sect master solve his troubles. The key to the solution was naturally the Devil Heart Sutra. Others were not allowed to easily access this Devil Heart Sutra, but who was Yang Lan? He was a popular person around the young sect master. When the core elder was not in the scripture's pavilion, he could access a cultivation method that had been put for many years. Wasn't that easy? This Devil Heart Sutra was not so easy to cultivate. It still needed a lot of preparation work. In particular, it needed some female cultivators, and their cultivation base could not be too low, at least higher than Li Liheng's cultivation base. This condition was simply impossible for Yang Lan. But Yang Lan soon discovered that the author of the Free Demon Heart Sutra seemed to have left behind a set of contact information for his descendants. Maybe after so many years of development and changes, the Free Demon Heart Sutra has changed better, and there might be a simpler way to use it. After Yang Lan studied for a long time, he finally decided to find the descendants of this Devil Dao predecessor. Naturally, the most convenient way was to buy news from the Drunken Immortal House. Anyway, it was just the whereabouts of a family. The Drunken Immortal House would be happy to accept this business. The reason why he looked for the Drunken Immortal House, Yang Lan had another consideration. The matter of being bullied by the Drunken Immortal House before had to be settled. Chapter 1139. With Yang Lan's current popularity in Taishanmen, it was naturally easy to find out the culprit who designed him in the past. It seemed that everything was secretly arranged by the Drunken Immortal House. However, Yang Lan also knew that the Drunken Immortal House was at most an executor, and the real behind-the-scenes manipulator was Yang Chen. But who was Yang Lan? It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a vengeful person. He had to find some capital in the Drunken Immortal House. The Drunken Immortal House's branch in Taishanmen was immediately put in a difficult position, and people kept looking for trouble. Speaking of it, the people of the Drunken Immortal House were really resourceful. They were absolutely unique in inquiring about news. They soon understood that Yang Lan was messing with them. After reporting to Senior Juzian, Senior Juzian instructed them to give in first, have a good relationship, and then see what Yang Lan was up to. With the instructions of Senior Juzian, the manager of the branch in Taishanmen immediately went to visit Yang Lan with a big gift. Their posture was very low, and they couldn't help saying good things, explaining that they also took on a business, and they were not intentionally targeting Yang Lan. After experiencing several such low-profile pleas, Yang Lan's revenge was finally satisfied, and he no longer looked for trouble with the Drunken Immortal House. However, he threw a business to the Drunken Immortal House and asked them to visit the family of the descendants of an old devil. This kind of task of finding people was the Drunken Immortal House's best. Although the target was in the territory of the demon sects, and it seemed to be a bit troublesome, it was not a problem for the Drunken Immortal House. In recent years, the Drunken Immortal House has developed greatly. Not only the territory of the monster race, but even the demon sects have penetrated a lot. Many demon sects' cultivators simply have the temperament of a mother. The Drunken Immortal House bought news with real gold and silver. What news can't they buy? Soon, a careful big net was arranged in the demon sects to find the whereabouts of a secluded family. However, it was not so easy to find this kind of family that has experienced tens of thousands of years. The Drunken Immortal House said at the beginning that this kind of thing may take a long time, and they asked Yang Lan to take care of it. In this regard, Yang Lan had no objection, but asked them to look for it as soon as possible. Yang Lan's strange request was also reported to Senior Juzian for the first time. Senior Juzian knew that Yang Chen and Yang Lan had discord, so the news about Yang Lan was very important. It was directly sealed and sent to Chunyang Palace, indicating that Yang Chen should pay special attention to it. He believed that as soon as Yang Chen returned to Chunyang Palace, he would be able to see it. The higher-ups of Taishanmen had indeed been making preparations for the boundless cosmos stabilizing formation all these years. More than 100 formation experts in the sect were carefully selected. All of them were the ones who were absolutely loyal to the sect. All of them swore a great heart demon oath that they would never reveal the things they wanted to study. This time, they were allowed to touch the formation. After the secret research of over 100 formation masters, they found that this formation was completely effective. In fact, just by studying this formation, the Taishanmen's formation masters had collectively improved their realms. It was truly miraculous. Such a powerful formation, the other sect couldn't recognize it at all. It would be a pity not to use it. As long as they could be careful and not use the special formation eye, this formation could almost become the most powerful capital of Taishanmen. In the future, it was not impossible to surpass the other four major sect. The materials needed for the formation, after hundreds of years of searching everywhere and the sect's frugality, had finally been collected. The next step was to arrange the subformation of the large array everywhere. When the sect's formation eye was completed, it could continuously provide the greatest heaven sect with a rich and unparalleled spiritual power. This was a long-term and complicated work. It would take decades to arrange the formation. They couldn't be careless. Fortunately, these hundreds of formation masters had been stimulated by the bright prospects of the XXXX formation. They almost forgot to eat and sleep and began to contribute to the sect. The progress of the formation was very gratifying. At least, when Yang Chen sent Sun Qingxue and Shashanshan back to their respective sect, he had already discovered the traces of this formation. At that time, Yang Chen was secretly happy, but he didn't show it on his face. The big fish, the Taishanmen, had finally taken the bait. After 90 years of experience in the mortal world, Yang Chen had also improved a lot in terms of the state of mind. The short life of mortals was almost a reincarnation in a few decades, which made Yang Chen have a different kind of understanding. The ultimate demonized vine could be purified in about 20 or 30 years. The few devilish beads that Yang Chen had in his hands were also purified by Yang Chen. He planned to use these devilish beads to refine a batch of elixirs that could increase cultivation after returning to the sect. It had to be said that these things that were contaminated with demonic qi were a bit special. Whether it was in the mortal world or in the spiritual world, Yang Chen had never heard of anything that could increase his cultivation base. Only in the immortal world, after the grade of some medicinal pills had passed the 7th grade, would they have such a magical effect. Directly increasing cultivation has always been a taboo in cultivation. First, it would give rise to the idea of reaping without sowing and affect the state of mind. Second, this kind of thing sounded like a crime. The Tao sects had never thought about this. Of course, the most important thing was that there was nothing at all that could achieve this effect. Even the 100,000-year-old ginseng lingji could not do it. The devilish bead was obtained from the demonized monster beast. There was no taboo in the state of mind when it was used. It had such a magical effect. Yang Chen naturally had to study it. Fortunately, his current spiritual awareness cultivation base was enough for Yang Chen to divide his attention. It did not delay his cultivation, research, or even his own chores. Gao Gong Sunling had been away from the sect for a long time. For such a long time, they cultivated with Yang Chen. Although no one would say anything, there was no contribution to the sect. This time, when he went back, he would have to do some sect tasks and add some contribution to the sect. As for Yang Chen, there was no such problem at all. His contribution was enough for the palace master to pass on the position to him directly. The prosperity of the sect was developed on the basis of Yang Chen. How much more contribution did he have? When Yang Chen returned to Chunyang Palace with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, what Yang Chen saw was a scene of increasing prosperity in the sect. On everyone's face, there was a kind of joy, and the whole sect seemed very positive. The first thing to do when he went back was naturally to meet Gao Yu's master, Yang Chen's master ancestor. As Yang Chen's wife, Gong Sunling also followed Yang Chen and Gao Yu to meet Wang Yong. "You're back. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." It was nearly 100 years since they last saw each other. Wang Yong's state seemed very good. There was a vague feeling that his cultivation base was about to break through. However, there was a touch of melancholy between his eyebrows. He didn't know why. Chapter 1140. Master. Not only Yang Chen, but even Gao Yu saw it and hurriedly called her master. "What happened?" "It's not a big deal, Yang Chen, your disciple, Mu Bo, his grandfather Mu Mingyuan has something wrong." Wang Yong knew that the Cypress monster family was brought back by Yang Chen personally, so when Yang Chen came back, he told Yang Chen about it. When he went out to gain experience, he was set up and was seriously injured in the duel. Wang Yong quickly finished his words. When they heard that Mu Mingyuan was only seriously injured, the anxiety in the hearts of Yang Chen and Gao Yu Gong Sunling dissipated a bit. As long as he was seriously injured and not dead, there was always a way to think about it. As long as he did not die on the spot, there was a chance. "The situation is very serious, Yang Chen, you came back at the right time, let's go and see." In Chunyang Palace, even among the cultivators in the mortal world, if Yang Chen claimed to be the second in the treatment of injuries, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Even if there were many people who were not convinced, it would not change the recognition in most people's hearts. Even Wang Yong was so anxious. Mu Mingyuan's injury was not optimistic. The three of them did not neglect, just sent Wang Yong's servant to report to the head of the palace, and hurried to the place where Mu Mingyuan was recuperating. In the past 200 years, Mu Mingyuan has also passed the thunder tribulation and entered the Yuanying stage. Because the cypress became a monster and cultivated in the bitter cold land for tens of thousands of years, his cultivation was strong, and he had made a loud name for himself. Some time ago, probably a few years ago, when he went out to gain experience, he was set up by a sect to fight a fair duel. The two sides first disagreed, and then the other party challenged Mu Mingyuan to fight. It seemed that there was nothing against the rules. According to reason, with the foundation of Mu Mingyuan's plant monster, against a master of the same realm, even if he failed, he would not lose too badly. However, the other party did not know what method was used, but Mu Mingyuan's whole body was paralyzed and his cultivation was abolished. The small sect called Flying Cloud Sect seemed to be targeting Chunyang Palace. It was no wonder that the expansion of Chunyang Palace in recent years had aroused the jealousy of some big sect and many small sect. It was not an exaggeration for some jealous fellows to do anything. However, after listening to Wang Yong's explanation on the way, Yang Chen understood. This flying cloud sect was just a small sect secretly controlled by the Taishanmen in his previous life. It was unknown how many of these small sect Taishanmen controlled. It was not unusual for Taishanmen to target Chunyang Palace. However, Yang Chen did not tell Grandmaster Wang Yong the details of the flying cloud sect for the time being. It was better to take a look at Mu Mingyuan's injuries first. It seemed that the duel arranged by the other party was very reasonable, and there were many disciples and rogue cultivators of other sect watching the duel. Basically, there was no cheating in the duel, and Mu Mingyuan was seriously injured by his own strength. Even the people of Flying Cloud sect seemed to be very reasonable. They did not directly kill Mu Mingyuan in the duel, but sent someone to send him back. Although he was sent back, he became a disabled person. This time, Mu Mingyuan's injuries were even more serious than those of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. At that time, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue were seriously injured by Hu Qianni, and even their meridians were destroyed. Their cultivation was also destroyed. But Mu Mingyuan's injuries were even more serious. Most of his body was destroyed, and it was not as simple as the destruction of his meridians. Even if Yang Chen did not take action at that time, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue could still cultivate again after their injuries were healed. But this time, Mu Mingyuan did not even have the chance to cultivate again. These were all explained by Wang Yong to Yang Chen on the way. The specific situation had to be seen by Yang Chen before he could make a judgment. The place where Mu Mingyuan was recuperating was in Hana Mengyo's courtyard. Hana Mengyu had a special affinity with plants, and could easily regulate the growth of plants. Because of this, Mu Bo spent most of his time cultivating with his junior sister. With Hana Mengyo's care and the elixirs of Chunyang Palace, Mu Mingyuan did not die over the years. However, the situation was not optimistic. Now, Mu Mingyuan could no longer maintain a human form. He showed his original appearance and took root in Hana Mengyo's courtyard, being taken care of by Hana Mengyu. The whole huge cypress tree was full of scars, and the bark was almost broken beyond recognition. Even the main root was very seriously damaged. Almost half of the trunk was broken, and it was barely connected. It was likely to fall apart at any time. It was not easy for it to hold on until now in such a situation. All the leaves showed a kind of withered yellow. At first glance, there was only one thought in anyone's mind: this big tree was probably dying. Hana Mengyu used a special method to keep Mu Mingyuan alive, but the huge cypress branches were connected with countless thin tubes, as if they were delivering nutrients to Mu Mingyuan. "Hello, Grandmaster. Hello, Master. Hello, Master's wives." Mu Bo was also there. When he saw Wang Yong with Yang Chen and Jiao Yugong Sunling, he hurriedly greeted them. "Let's see your grandfather first." Yang Chen waved his hand and let Mu Bo not be too polite. At this time, it was important to see the wounded first. It was already very bad. When Yang Chen explored with his spiritual awareness, he frowned. Basically, Mu Mingyuan's vitality was only left with a trace. He was relying on Hana Mengyu to hang on to his life. At any time, he would run out of oil. What a ruthless method. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh, and then reached out and touched the trunk of Mu Mingyuan. The beast-controlling secret art was launched, and Yang Chen began to explore whether Mu Mingyuan was still conscious. It was a little comforting that although Mu Mingyuan's consciousness was still in a coma, it was not scattered. At this time, even the head of the palace and several elders heard that Yang Chen was back and rushed over. When they met, they did not say greetings. The head of the palace directly began to ask about Mu Mingyuan's injury. How is his injury? Can he be saved? The first sentence, the head of the palace asked this, which was the kind of sincere concern. Mu Mingyuan directly took a family to Chunyang Palace. He also had a great influence in the Hall of Eccentrics. This was also the reason why those guys from Feiyun's sect dealt with Mu Mingyuan. In fact, in recent years, the masters of the Chunyang Palace Hall of Eccentrics who went out to gain experience were basically troubled by many people. There were many sect involved, and there were also many rogue cultivators. Mu Mingyuan's matter was just the most serious one. There should be no problem in saving his life. After Yang Chen carefully examined Mu Mingyuan from the inside out, he he finally gave an answer that made everyone feel relieved. As long as he could keep his life, everything else would wait until he survived. Chapter 1141. After confirming Mu Mingyuan's injury, Yang Chen didn't say anything and directly went into retreat to refine pills. Mu Mingyuan's injury was precarious and his life was hanging by a thread. In this case, he needed to use the 5th-grade medicinal pill. Moreover, these 5th-grade medicinal pills could only be used in batches, from low to high. Otherwise, with Mu Mingyuan's current situation, if the medicinal power was a little stronger, it could directly take his life. Yang Chen did not dare to use the medicinal pills that were full of spiritual power at first. There was always a gradual process. Therefore, the medicinal pills needed were not 1, but at least 5. From the lowest level of nourishing qi pill to the highest level of Lingji mushroom jade pill, Yang Chen had to prepare them, and all of them were refined by the 5th grade. During the refining, Yang Chen even used the 100,000-years-old spirit medicine from Taishanmen. And the medicinal qi contained in these 100,000 years of spirit medicine, Yang Chen could only use the most essence of it. Fortunately, the rest could be used to refine the appearance pill, so it would not be wasted. In each kind of medicinal pill, Yang Chen added a lot of 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Not only because the 4C's mysterious coral liquid could improve the grade of the medicinal pill, but most importantly, the 4C's mysterious coral liquid could balance the medicinal qi, so that the medicinal qi would not conflict in Mu Mingyuan's body. It took Yang Chen half a year to extract the essence of the elixir from the elixir and refine it into a pill. This was the result of Yang Chen refining 5 kinds of medicinal pills at the same time at a time. Fortunately, under the careful care of Hana Mengyu, Mu Mingyuan had been maintaining that kind of half-dead state, but he did not die directly. Now Mu Mingyuan was obviously unable to take the medicine directly, and other methods had to be used to send the medicinal qi to Mu Mingyuan's body. This problem was not difficult for Yang Chen. Hana Mengyo's means were good, but that was because Hana Mengyo's strength could not be better, and she had not seen a more powerful technique. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Chen could also teach Hana Mengyu a brand new method. A special 5th-grade qi replenishing pill that had been carefully refined was directly dissolved into the 4C's mysterious coral liquid by Yang Chen. Then, this large barrel of 4C's mysterious coral liquid was directly gasified by Yang Chen's spiritual power, and then Yang Chen used a powerful technique to control the gasified 4C's mysterious coral liquid evenly distributed in Mu Mingyuan's body. The huge cypress tree was directly covered by the purple mist, which began to seep into the branches and roots of the cypress tree bit by bit. The uniform penetration from the inside to the outside looked simple, but even Wang Yong, a master of the Darching stage, could only look at this scene in a daze. Others might have only seen the medicinal qi being poured into Mu Mingyuan, but Wang Yong keenly discovered that most of Yang Chen's divine sense was protecting Mu Mingyuan, preventing him from being injured by the medicinal qi. With Wang Yong's control ability, he was currently unable to do this. In fact, if there was no human immortal first-level spiritual awareness cultivation base, it was impossible to do it at all. In front of everyone's incredible and somewhat hopeful eyes, the purple mist penetrated into Mu Mingyuan's body a little bit. This process alone lasted for 3 full days. After 3 days, the purple finally slowly became thinner, and in the end, no purple appeared. Mu Mingyuan's situation had changed significantly. Even without using their divine awareness, everyone could see that the tree, which had been dying, finally showed a little vitality. Yang Chen did not stop for a moment and directly began to use the 2nd kind of medicinal pill. It was also dissolved into the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, and it also turned into a purple mist, and a little bit penetrated into Mu Mingyuan's body. After the treatment of the 2nd kind of medicinal pill, Mu Mingyuan's body finally began to slowly stabilize, and it was no longer in a state that could break at any time. At this point, everyone was basically relieved. At least in this state, there was no problem at all to survive. However, Yang Chen did not stop. Next was the 3rd kind of medicinal pill, and the same method continued to be used. The result of this completion was that Mu Mingyuan's vitality was more, and even the seemingly withered leaves had a little more green. Next was the 4th kind of medicinal pill, and the method of use was the same. At this point, The scars on Mu Mingyuan's body began to slowly recover, and the broken body seemed to have been glued together, and it became a complete tree. The most important thing was that Mu Mingyuan's consciousness had been awakened and he had consciousness. Basically, every time, Yang Chen used at least 90% of his energy to try to maintain Mu Mingyuan's body from being hurt by the strong medicinal energy. So far, it seems that the effect is good. The last kind of medicinal pill, which was also the most powerful 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, Mu Mingyuan, whose body had been completely destroyed, still couldn't bear it. With the help of Yang Chen, after enjoying this overbearing medicinal pill, Mu Mingyuan's injuries were finally healed, and a trace of spiritual power was produced in his body. However, Mu Mingyuan's current situation could only be described as healing from the injury, and could not be completely cured. The body seemed to have been kneaded together, but it was completely different from the previous state. As for the trace of spiritual power produced in the body, it was at best the level of the outer sect disciples who had just found the sense of qi. Your body has been completely destroyed. Even if you recover to this state now, you can't return to the past. Mu Mingyuan was already conscious, but he couldn't speak. Yang Chen said all this by touching Mu Mingyuan's trunk with one hand and using the beast-controlling secret art to send it into his consciousness. Basically, Mu Mingyuan was already ruined. Even if he maintained his consciousness and could barely cultivate from the beginning, it was impossible for him to achieve much. The other party was cruel and merciless, and he sincerely wanted to destroy Mu Mingyuan. Yang Chen said these words at the same time, and everyone around could hear them. Hearing what Yang Chen said, many people sighed. A nascent soul realm master with a promising future became like this. No matter who it was, they would not feel good. Even if you recultivate, you can only reach the foundation stage at most. Whether you can condense the core is still another matter. Yang Chen didn't seem to be afraid to hit Mu Mingyuan, and directly said this best guess. Not to mention Mu Mingyuan himself, even Mu Bo, who heard this, couldn't help but lower his head, and there was an unspeakable depression in his heart. I think you also understand that those people are targeting you, and from the beginning, they planned to destroy you. Yang Chen's words were not finished, and he continued, I want to know, do you still want to take revenge with your own hands? All the people who heard it widened their eyes and looked at Yang Chen with great confusion. He was beaten like this when he was in the nascent soul realm, and now he still wanted to take revenge with his own hands. Are you kidding me? How is this possible? Chapter 1142. No matter who it was, standing in the position of Mu Mingyuan, this proposal was absolutely acceptable. There was no future for his own cultivation, but Yang Chen still had a way to let him avenge himself. Did he still need to consider it? You won't lie to me, right? Mu Mingyuan's consciousness quickly passed a confirmed consciousness, full of doubts and surprises. I spent so much, 100 jin of 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, plus 17 kinds of 100,000 years old elixirs, not to make you happy. Yang Chen's face did not change, and he directly said these words. At this time, except for a few people who knew the details of Yang Chen, the rest of the people thoroughly understood what price Yang Chen had spent. The purple mist looked inconspicuous, but it turned out to be the extremely precious 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. When they thought of the huge benefits that a drop of 4 C's mysterious coral liquid could bring, Yang Chen used 5 barrels. Those who did not know Yang Chen's wealth felt a heartache. Was it really worth it to use such benefits on a waste? However, in the eyes of the head of the palace and several elders, such a so-called waste was absolutely worth it. Just this time, it made countless monster race masters unswervingly join the Chunyang Palace Hall of Eccentrics. Was there anything more moving than this naked fact? Even a waste like Mu Mingyuan could use such precious medicinal materials. What would happen if it was replaced by others? Everyone had their own accounts in their hearts, even the monster race was not a fool. Yang Chen's hand had been holding Mu Mingyuan's trunk until Mu Mingyuan was very sure that he was willing to avenge himself. Yang Chen nodded and said slowly, first cultivate for a while, wait for you to be able to speak, then we will talk about other things. Now Mu Mingyuan's life was completely out of danger, and his body had regained its spiritual power. His consciousness was still there, and he would soon be able to speak again. Even if he could not directly cultivate the transformation secret art to transform into a human form, he could still communicate normally. Without saying anything, the head of the palace first released the news, and then called Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling to the council hall and asked about their whereabouts in detail. In this regard, Yang Chen did not say much in detail. He just said that he found a place to practice with the 4 women, and did not say much else. Is the compass that the Taishanman sold to find your position invalid? Wang Yong was very concerned about Yang Chen's whereabouts during this time. He even bought a compass from someone at a high price that could track Yang Chen's whereabouts, but he still could not detect Yang Chen's position. It should still be useful. Yang Chen gave an ambiguous answer and replied with a smile, but the place where the disciples practice is a bit special. It is not easy for ordinary people to find it in this way. It was not easy to find. It was simply impossible to find at all. It must be known that Chixia town was where the dragon vein was located. Under the influence of the innate human emperor's aura, not to mention finding people with a subtle spiritual awareness, even if that spiritual awareness was magnified 10 times, it was impossible to be discovered. These were all things that Yang Chen had already thought of before taking the 4 women to practice. He did not want to see himself and his 4 wives being harassed for no reason. It must be known that some people wanted to know his whereabouts and get some benefits from him. Compared with the quiet experience of Yang Chen's family, the development of Chunyang Palace was more and more colorful. After 90 years, the size of the disciples had expanded at least 3 times. Excellent disciples emerged one after another, and their strength was constantly increasing. There was another master of the Darching stage, and the high-end power could not be underestimated. This was one of the reasons why the disciples of Chunyang Palace were hated by people outside. Many people were reluctant to see another Chunyang Palace outside the 5 major sects. Mu Mingyuan was the most obvious example of these guys expressing their jealousy. Of course, this was a superficial statement. The real reason was the secret suppression of the Taishanmen. It was just that the current Chunyang Palace was no longer the previous Chunyang Palace. It was impossible for the Taishanmen to need it, so they could only use these indirect means. Mu Mingyuan's hatred must be avenged. Even the Feiyun sect itself understood this. Since the last time the Chunyang Palace destroyed the Luo Yuan family in the late Darching stage in anger, few people dared to confront the Chunyang Palace blatantly. However, the Feiyun sect was not a vegetarian. They were prepared for it. Even the Taishanmen secretly transferred a lot of hidden masters to the Feiyun sect, just to take this opportunity to greatly damage the face and reputation of the Chunyang Palace, and at the same time, to greatly weaken the strength of the Chunyang Palace. The Chunyang Palace was really tolerant. Mu Mingyuan had been sent back for a few years, and there had been no movement, which also made the people of the Feiyun sect feel very inexplicable. In fact, Mu Mingyuan's injury had not yet been determined, and the Chunyang Palace did not know how to deal with it for the time being. Even Mu Bo wanted to retaliate immediately, but he was stopped by the ancestor Wang Yong, waiting for Yang Chen to come back. The return of Yang Chen immediately gave the Chunyang Palace a backbone. Even the Chunyang Palace vowed that Mu Mingyuan would avenge himself, and the sect would not interfere. When the news came out, it was not known how many people laughed their teeth off. It was true that Yang Chen was a 5th-grade alchemist master, but if he wanted to cure this degree of injury and let Mu Mingyuan avenge himself, it was impossible unless he could refine a 7th-grade medicinal pill. What was the Arabian Nights? This was it. During the period of time when Mu Mingyuan had an accident, the Chunyang Palace did not know how many masters had been invited, but they were unable to do anything about Mu Mingyuan's injury. Even Yang Chen himself said that Mu Mingyuan could at most cultivate to the foundation stage, and it was impossible for him to even reach the Jedan stage. How could he avenge himself? Countless people were waiting to see Yang Chen make a fool of himself, but some people did not think it was a joke. At least this was the case for the high-level people of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, even if they wanted to break their heads, they couldn't understand what method Yang Chen was going to use to achieve this. A few months passed quickly, and Mu Mingyuan's injury was finally healed, and his spiritual power was restored to the 6th or 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Although he could not use the transformation secret art, he was already able to communicate clearly with others. It was at this time that Yang Chen appeared again beside Mu Mingyuan. "I'm ready." The first sentence that Mu Mingyuan said when he saw Yang Chen was this sentence. His heart was already filled with the belief that he would die. Even if he was going to die, he would drag those guys from the Feiyun sect down with him. "Before leaving, I will ask again." Yang Chen asked very seriously, "Are you sure you want to do it yourself?" "I am sure." Mu Mingyuan's voice was firm. "Even if you have to pay a high price for it?" Yang Chen asked again. Chapter 1143. It was estimated that Mu Mingyuan had thoroughly thought about this problem during this period of time. In his situation, it was impossible to get revenge without paying the price. There was no need to think about this problem anymore. "Even if I have to pay the price of my life." Mu Mingyuan repeated the sentence and even directly bet his own life on it. He believed that Yang Chen would never lie to him. "There is no need to pay the price of my life." Yang Chen waved his hand slightly. "However, you have to be mentally prepared. For a long time, you will not be able to become a real master because of the lack of mental cultivation. Are you willing to do this?" The people present were not only Mu Mingyuan's family and Yang Chen's master and disciple. When they heard that Yang Chen had come to Mu Mingyuan, the head of the palace and the elders also rushed over, but they had not spoken before. Originally, everyone's thoughts were the same as Mu Mingyuan's. This kind of thing must be to stimulate the potential and use some secret method to greatly improve the cultivation, and then the best ending was the exhaustion of the oil lamp. Unexpectedly, the price that Yang Chen wanted Mu Mingyuan to pay was just like this. For a moment, everyone present was a little speechless. It couldn't be helped. What they heard was so unexpected that everyone could not believe whether what they heard was true or not. Such an easy price. How was that possible? Yang Chen had once again made the people in his own sect unable to believe it. Could the young palace master be more shocking? Mu Mingyuan had been completely stunned in place, and the big mouth on the trunk subconsciously replied, "I am willing," but in fact, his mind did not know what he said. What did it mean to be unable to become a master for a long time? If he could not become a master, how could he get revenge? It must be known that he fought with the other party in his heyday and was openly injured by the other party's hand. The other party was definitely a master. In his current state, could he beat the other party? Even if you can only be at the bottom of a group of masters. You must know that the taste of being at the bottom is not good. Yang Chen asked a question that made everyone inexplicable. What did he mean by the weakest among experts? If he didn't become an expert, how could he take revenge? Those who had thought about it were almost certain that Yang Chen had a secret method that allowed Mu Mingyuan to consume his own profound qi to greatly increase his cultivation in a short period of time. After taking his revenge, his body had suffered a great loss, so he was in a worse state than he was now. That must be it. Since Yang Chen said so, it meant that Mu Mingyuan would definitely survive. However, his future had definitely been completely destroyed, and there was no possibility of recovery. It had to be said that if one wanted a short period of glory, they would have to pay the price of a lifetime. But then again, if he could pay such a price in exchange for personally taking revenge, then it would definitely be worth it. Since he could no longer be glorious, he might as well be a little dimmer in exchange for the pleasure of personally taking revenge. It was worth it. Can I still become a master like this? Mu Mingyuan laughed bitterly, answering Yang Chen's question. Of course, as long as you cultivate hard, it's still possible. Hard work can make up for a lack of talent, it's just that it will take a longer time. However, Yang Chen gave an answer that people didn't know whether it was good or bad. This made Mu Mingyuan's heart abnormally perturbed, and he no longer held on to the belief that he had for the past few months. He still had a chance to become a master. Was that even possible? However, Yang Chen said so, which meant that it was possible. The problem was, not long ago, Yang Chen personally said that he could only cultivate until the foundation establishment stage. This contradicted himself. What did Yang Chen mean? Not only Mu Mingyuan, but everyone was already confused. They didn't understand what Yang Chen meant. Everyone looked at Yang Chen anxiously, hoping that Yang Chen would give them a clear answer so that even if they died in the morning, they could at least die knowing the truth. Well, since the decision has been made, let's go. Yang Chen didn't mean to explain to everyone and said directly. Mu Mingyuan was personally taken by Mu Bo to Fei Yun's sect to take revenge, and Yang Chen also followed him all the way. Now, as long as they had the opportunity and the ability to come out of Chunyang Palace, they basically rushed out. Everyone wanted to see what Yang Chen was planning and what method he would use to help Mu Mingyuan achieve his goal. Chunyang Palace didn't hide this matter. Along the way, they saw such a large group of people from Chunyang Palace, and countless people came to ask out of curiosity. After knowing the whole story, they immediately followed the large group to watch the fun. Before they arrived at Fei Yun's sect, there were already thousands of people gathered. Fei Yun's sect had long received the news. Hearing that Chunyang Palace was going to make a big move, a group of high-level officials all thought that their plan was successful. Since the other party wanted to bring Mu Mingyuan over, it was okay for Mu Mingyuan to fight alone. As long as a disciple of Chunyang Palace took action, Fei Yun's sect could say that Chunyang Palace took the initiative to provoke trouble, and the two sides would have a righteous reason to fight. Finally, Mu Mingyuan came to Fei Yun's sect. The master who challenged Mu Mingyuan at that time also stood not far from Mu Mingyuan, Mu Bo and Yang Chen under the pressure of the people of Fei Yun's sect. What, are you going to fight 3 against 1? The Yuanying master of Fei Yun's sect sneered and asked mockingly. Mu Bo had already been ordered by Yang Chen. At this moment, he put Mu Mingyuan down and rooted in the soil. Without saying anything, he turned and left. Only Mu Mingyuan and Yang Chen were left in Chunyang Palace. 2 against 1? The Yuanying master sneered again. Yang Chen just stared at him very contemptuously. He was obviously at the peak of Yuanying realm, but he had to pretend to be at the early stage of Yuanying realm to plot against Mu Mingyuan. This alone deserved to die. Open your mouth. Yang Chen commanded Mu Mingyuan, and Mu Mingyuan opened the big mouth on the tree trunk according to his words. A huge golden ball with a radius of 3 feet was thrown into Mu Mingyuan's big mouth by Yang Chen. It had to be said that fortunately, Mu Mingyuan was in his original state. If he was in human form, he could not swallow such a devilish bead at all. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, kill them all. Yang Chen patted Mu Mingyuan's trunk and ignored him. He got up and walked away. As he walked, he shouted to the people around him, "Back off, back off. If you don't want to die, retreat 5 miles away. The time it takes for a stick of incense to burn." The other party listened to Yang Chen's words and laughed. "Okay. This old man will wait for you for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, but this time, this old man will not be merciful. You can wait to collect your corpses." In the wild laughter, the Yuanying master of Fei Yun's sect seemed to be very open and above board. He stood with his hands behind his back, and his clothes fluttered in the wind, full of the demeanor of a master. Chapter 1144. Yang Chen's figure flew back, and at the same time, he shouted for everyone to retreat. The onlookers who didn't know what was going on didn't understand why Yang Chen asked them to retreat. Only the people of Chunyang Palace were very obedient and flew back without saying a word. Yang Chen said to retreat a few miles away, so they should retreat a few miles away. No one had any objection on this point. Most of the onlookers still chose to stay where they were. Only when they got closer could they see it clearly. Although the duel between masters in the Yuanying stage would affect a large area, wasn't Mu Mingyuan already disabled? Even if his potential was stimulated, how powerful could he be? Therefore, a group of idlers only retreated about a mile away, which was enough to give face to Yang Chen, Master Yang, but they still surrounded the 2 people involved in the duel, waiting to watch the show. Just now, Yang Chen fed Mu Mingyuan a huge golden ball, and everyone was very shocked. Although they didn't know what it was, this time Mu Mingyuan came to take revenge in person, it must be related to that thing. However, that golden ball that didn't even have spiritual power fluctuations, did it really have that kind of effect? Just after such a short time, Mu Mingyuan's aura over there had changed. Originally, everyone knew very well that his cultivation was at the 6th level of qi refining, but now it seemed that it had begun to climb. This was a normal phenomenon. If he couldn't even improve his cultivation, then what was the point of playing? The onlookers were only interested in what the ball was and how useful it could be. As for Mu Mingyuan's change, who would care? If they had to care, they would just use him as a test subject to see if Master Yang's things were useful. In a short time, Mu Mingyuan's aura had risen to the foundation establishment stage, and it continued to climb. Mu Mingyuan also felt the surging spiritual power in his body, and his face was full of surprise. The Yuanying stage master of the Feiyun sect on the opposite side looked at Mu Mingyuan with contempt, but he was thinking about how to take this opportunity to kill Mu Mingyuan and arouse the anger of the disciples of Chunyang Palace. Once they took action, there would be a reason for the sect to start a war. At that time, Chunyang Palace would not be able to bear the consequences. Originally, he didn't have many opportunities, but now, an opportunity was directly delivered to him. If he didn't seize such a good opportunity, he would be letting down this heaven-sent opportunity. Mu Mingyuan's qi continued to climb. He had already reached the peak of the foundational level and was beginning to condense his core. In the past, this process would have taken at least half a year or even longer. However, for Mu Mingyuan, it only took a few breaths' time. In this regard, people did not find it strange. After all, Mu Mingyuan was originally a nascent soul cultivator and had long had the experience of forming a core. Forming a core was not difficult for Mu Mingyuan at all as long as his cultivation was enough. It was very normal. What everyone cared about was what Yang Chen gave Mu Mingyuan. Was it a medicine that could directly stimulate his potential at the moment of life and death and give him a chance to live? If there was such a medicine and it was not expensive, they would have to ask Master Yang for some just in case. Mu Mingyuan, who was in the Jedan stage, was still rising rapidly. After a while, he was in the middle Jedan stage, the late Jedan stage, the peak Jedan stage, and then it continued. At this time, some people had already noticed that something was wrong and quickly fled back. Mu Mingyuan was about to reach the peak of the Jedan stage and would soon attract the heavenly tribulation. Those with poor cultivation would be involved in the heavenly tribulation, which was not a joke. The tribulation clouds in the sky had begun to form, and the sky instantly became dark. Seeing that the situation was not good, those who retreated to the back to watch the fun couldn't help but marvel at this moment. What kind of elixir was this? How could it improve his cultivation so much? Although Mu Mingyuan originally had the cultivation of the Yuanying stage, the speed of recovery of this cultivation was too shocking. It was simply a miracle. In just 100 breaths, a guy in the 6th stage of qi refining began to cross the tribulation and form the nascent soul. This kind of thing was unimaginable to people before, but now it happened in front of their eyes. The Yuanying stage masters of the Feiyun sect also began to take it seriously, but they still refrained from making a move. Since Yang Chen shouted for Mu Mingyuan to take revenge by himself, it was normal for him to raise his cultivation to the Yuanying stage. I always thought it was a joke, but now it seemed that it was still a little interesting. It was a pity that this kind of cultivation that relied on external forces to improve, after all, was not as powerful as the original cultivation. Even if it was higher, what could it do? His opponent in the nascent soul stage could now be sure that this method of stimulating his potential could not last long. As long as he could endure a little bit of hardship in the early stage, he could go all out in one go. Then, he would be exhausted, and Mu Mingyuan would be exhausted. This was also based on the basis that Mu Mingyuan thought that he was really in the early Yuanying stage. If he had directly revealed the cultivation of the late Yuanying stage, maybe he would not have been able to draw Mu Mingyuan into the trap at that time. Catcha catcha, the tribulation thunder fell like raindrops, and all the speed had been increased several times. The normal thunder tribulation would take at least half an incense stick of time, but now it was only a few dozen breaths, and the 9 tribulation thunder had already struck Mu Mingyuan's body. He had already had the experience of resisting the heavenly tribulation once, so Mu Mingyuan did not spend too much effort to resist these tribulation thunder. The crazy increase of spiritual power in his body made him still unable to believe that this was the power he had. The power was so strong that even this level of tribulation thunder was not a problem at all. Mu Mingyuan did not even think about how to resist the tribulation thunder, and naturally passed the tribulation thunder. After crossing the tribulation and forming the nascent soul, Mu Mingyuan's momentum finally slowed down. Of course, this was relative to the speed of the previous increase. After all, the cultivation of the Yuanying stage was already very good. At this point, everyone around seemed to have a premonition that Mu Mingyuan's cultivation had reached the end. In fact, even Mu Mingyuan thought that this was the end. He didn't expect that he would have the power of the Yuanying stage again. Mu Mingyuan, who was standing in the same place, was a little dazed, and even forgot to use the transformation secret art. He still maintained the appearance of a big tree rooted in the soil. It was still early, but the Yuanying stage master of the Feiyun sect was already a little impatient. This posture, it should be coming to the end, right? While guessing, the Yuanying stage master secretly made preparations, calculating how long to pretend to hold on this time before making a move. Obviously, everyone was going to be disappointed. Until now, Mu Mingyuan's cultivation was still rising, the middle stage of the Yuanying stage, the late stage of the Yuanying stage, and soon reached the peak of the Yuanying stage. Chapter 1145. If Mu Mingyuan's cultivation base rose to the middle Yuanying stage, everyone could accept it, but when he reached the late Yuanying stage, everyone was shocked. Since Yang Chen said that he wanted Mu Mingyuan to take revenge, it was naturally to stimulate his potential, so it was understandable that he broke out with a stronger power than before. Otherwise, how could he take revenge with his original cultivation base? But what kind of spirit medicine was it that could raise a person in the early Yuanying stage to the peak Yuanying stage? Was it time to start? Everyone thought so when they saw that Mu Mingyuan had become a peak Yuanying stage cultivator. Even the master of the Feiyun sect opposite Mu Mingyuan thought so, and even began to take out his flying sword. Oh my god! Yin Fire Tribulation. It was not known who suddenly shouted this sentence in horror, and it completely ignited everyone's emotions. Countless idlers who wanted to stand in front to see more clearly, at this moment, wished that they could have 2 more legs, and ran frantically towards the rear desperately. The power of the Yin Fire Tribulation, without the strength of the Daching stage, who dared to stay in the scope of the tribulation? Did they not want to live? The face of the Yuanying stage master of the Feiyun sect finally changed. Yang Chen directly promoted Mu Mingyuan to the Daching stage. No wonder he dared to say that Mu Mingyuan would personally take revenge. It seemed that it was not difficult for a master of the Daching stage to kill him, who was disguised as a peak Yuanying stage cultivator in the early Yuanying stage. At this time, the Yuanying stage opponent could not care about anything else, and he also wished that he could grow wings and fly to a distant place. He was only a few dozen feet away from Mu Mingyuan, and Mu Mingyuan's Yin Fire Tribulation would directly burn him to ashes. Almost at the speed of escape, the Yuanying stage opponent finally escaped the scope of the Yin Fire Tribulation before the Yin Fire Tribulation arrived, and then looked at Mu Mingyuan in horror. Retreat again. The group of people over there was in a mess, and Yang Chen, who was originally in the back, had waved to the people of Chunyang Palace to retreat again. If the last time was Yang Chen's prestige in the sect, this time it was really an iron fact to tell everyone that listening to Yang Chen's words would not be wrong. Without saying anything, the people of Chunyang Palace retreated again. Compared with those who did not listen to advice, they naturally retreated calmly, and they were fortunate enough to witness the Thunder Tribulation and the Yin Fire Tribulation at such a close distance. The benefits for their future cultivation were self-evident. The terrified nascent soul cultivators of the Flying Cloud sect could only watch as invisible flames appeared on Mu Mingyuan's body. 1 wave, 2 waves, all the way until the 9th wave. Then, Mu Mingyuan began to burst out a terrifying power that swept across the entire area. At this time, the peak Yuanying stage cultivator was stage, Yuanying stage, Mu Mingyuan, and Yuanying stage would be Ming, Mu, Yuanying stage, Ming stage, was Mu, Mingyuan, was stage, and Yang, Mu, Yang, and he, Mu, he, Mu, Yuanying stage, Mu, he, Mu, couldn't, Mu, had not. He, Mu, Yang, he, was, he. Yang was, had. Not to mention, after experiencing the Thunder Tribulation and the Yin Fire Tribulation, the serious injuries in Mu Mingyuan's body that affected his cultivation almost no longer existed. Heaven's retribution made everyone change color, but it was also good for the body. Otherwise, it would not be possible to pass the heavens' retribution to improve their cultivation base. However, what made Mu Mingyuan completely unbelievable was that he still had power left at the moment, and the spiritual power that erupted from his body was still constantly improving. After a while, he had reached the peak of the early darching stage. Those who witnessed all this with their own eyes were completely dumbfounded at the moment. They stared at Mu Mingyuan, who was still in the form of a big tree, and could not say a word. They had seen exaggerated things, but they had never seen such an exaggeration. Stimulating the potential of the body, it actually made a master of the early Yuanying stage forcibly promoted to a big realm and entered the darching stage. At this time, Mu Mingyuan reacted that he was still in the form of a big tree. With a move of his mind, the transformation secret art was naturally used, and he instantly became a middle-aged uncle. As if his eyes were real, he stared directly at the Yuanying stage master of the Flying Cloud sect. Although he had escaped from the scope of the Yin Fire tribulation, the Yuanying stage master was still a little guilty. At this moment, he was stared at by Mu Mingyuan, and he couldn't help but put on the strongest fighting posture, regardless of the fact that he had already shown the strength of the peak Yuanying stage. It turned out to be a master of the peak Yuanying stage, no wonder. Mu Mingyuan's voice came from afar, and everyone heard it clearly. And those with discerning eyes naturally saw the abnormality of the Yuanying stage opponent, and immediately figured out the trick in it. If that's the case, then give me your life. Mu Mingyuan's voice and the person almost arrived in front of the Yuanying stage master at the same time, and did not use the flying sword, but just smashed down with a punch. Boom! The Yuanying stage master took Mu Mingyuan's fist and blocked the blow. This time, it almost consumed more than half of the spiritual power of the Yuanying stage master, but it also made the Yuanying stage master secretly happy. If it was only this level of attack, he could barely support a few times and then escape. As soon as this idea appeared, Mu Mingyuan's second punch had already smashed down. Boom! This punch, the Yuanying stage master sacrificed the body protection magic weapon and the flying sword to resist. However, it was completely different from the previous punch. The power of this punch was so great that the spiritual power contained in it was far from comparable to the previous punch. The Yuanying stage master only felt a sweetness in his throat, and a stream of blood spurted out. The body protection magic weapon burst into pieces, and he didn't even take a blow. Mu Mingyuan's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger, and the Yuanying stage master who had just realized this could not tell anyone. Mu Mingyuan's third punch landed mercilessly on his head. Boom! Mu Mingyuan's opponent, the master of the peak Yuanying stage of the Feiyun sect, directly turned into a pool of meat, dead. Feiyun sect, since you dare to plot against this old man, then let's settle the account together. After killing his opponent, Mu Mingyuan did not stop and directly rushed to the gate of the Feiyun sect not far away. Most of the onlookers just saw Mu Mingyuan kill his opponent with 3 punches, and did not see more. But there were many discerning people, and those people were shocked to find that in such a short time, Mu Mingyuan's cultivation had reached the late darching stage. What kind of horror was this? The improvement of his cultivation could be so fast. What did Yang Chen feed Mu Mingyuan? The problem was that this was not the end. Just after a few dozen breaths, someone began to roar wildly, "Oh my God, wind tribulation." Chapter 1146. Among the people present, it was estimated that except for Yang Chen's family, no one had the opportunity to see the wind tribulation. Even those who came to watch the fun were mixed with people with ulterior motives. Not everyone could rest assured that someone would peep at them when they were crossing the tribulation. To be able to witness the tribulation of an expert, especially the wind tribulation, was a great honor for cultivators. It was also a great opportunity. However, now those who could observe the wind tribulation at a close distance wished they could fly to the sky and never see the wind tribulation. Not for anything else, but because they did not listen to Yang Chen's words, they were too close, so they were all shrouded in the wind tribulation. In the panic, countless people did not even know where to escape. They just scurried around like headless flies, directly causing the whole team to be in chaos. The team was in chaos, and it was even more uncontrollable. Some poor guys had been injured by their companions who rushed in. The smart people hurriedly fled in the direction where the people of Chunyang Palace were hiding. That was the most reasonable direction to escape. Someone was afraid of blocking the way and immediately shouted around, "Follow the people of Chunyang Palace." With this shout, everyone suddenly reacted and immediately paused. After confirming the direction of the people of Chunyang Palace, they quickly rushed to the team of Chunyang Palace. The guys who rushed over were as embarrassed as they could be, and their faces were as ugly as they could be. But finally, before the wind tribulation arrived, they cried for their parents and fled to a safe area. Among the chaotic people, there were some famous masters. The disciples of Chunyang Palace, looking at the appearance of those famous masters, all shook their heads for a while. Mu Mingyuan had rushed into the mountain gate of Feiyun's sect at this moment. With the cultivation base of the peak Dacheng stage, he did not need to do anything at all. The aura he released was enough to make all the people of Feiyun's sect unable to move. Feiyun's sect was just a secret peripheral sect of Taishanmen. The highest cultivation base was only at the peak Yuanying stage. There was not even a master of the Dacheng stage. How could they resist the pressure of Mu Mingyuan's peak Dacheng stage? All the disciples in the Flying Cloud sect could only feel the overwhelming pressure in fear. Then, they watched helplessly as the tribulation clouds formed in the sky and the wind tribulation began to descend. The most powerful calamity in the mortal world was happening right under their noses. Unfortunately, there weren't many people who could watch it calmly from beginning to end. Of course, the disciples of Chunyang Palace were among them. Most of the onlookers were frightened by the wind tribulation. Even though they had reached the side of the troops of Chunyang Palace, they were still not sure. They continued to flee and missed the good opportunity. Even if they had the guts to stay and watch, when they saw the first wind test fall and the miserable situation of the Feiyun sect, they no longer had the interest to watch the wind test. They just tried their best to recall whether they had offended the Chunyang Palace recently. When the first wind test fell, Mu Mingyuan's figure had quickly appeared in the core area of the Feiyun sect, more than 100 miles away from the crowd of onlookers. Those who fled were just scaring themselves. Of course, Mu Mingyuan left such a good opportunity for the Feiyun sect to enjoy. How could he still think of them? Before the second wind test fell, all the people in the core area of the Feiyun sect were turned into powder. The heavens tribulation didn't care whether the people inside were the ones who were crossing the tribulation or not. As long as they were within the range of the heavens tribulation, they were the targets of the heavens tribulation. Following that, Mu Mingyuan felt as if he had easily passed the 9 wind tribulations. He couldn't believe it himself. After the complete baptism of the wind tribulation, his body began to change dramatically. The wind tribulation, which was regarded as a natural moat by many masters in the past, was like a small threshold to Mu Mingyuan. At most, it was as difficult as the tribulation of the Jedan stage. For Mu Mingyuan, it was not difficult at all. After the tribulation, there was still a short time before he ascended. Mu Mingyuan's body instantly appeared in the crowd of Chunyang Palace and stood in front of Yang Chen. Those disciples who were not from Chunyang Palace quickly moved away. They didn't dare to watch the show. If they made Mu Mingyuan unhappy, it would be the best ending for them to be smashed to pieces. "Didn't you say that I would pay the price? How did this happen?" Mu Mingyuan could certainly feel the changes in his body and the call of another world. But if he didn't take advantage of this time to get the answer from Yang Chen, he wouldn't feel at ease even after he ascended. "You have indeed paid the price," Yang Chen replied without changing his expression. "Is this the price you said? I will become a mediocre person who needs a long time to make up for the lack of cultivation." When Mu Mingyuan said this, he felt very uncomfortable. If the people who passed the tribulation and ascended were all mediocre, then what was a master? Mu Mingyuan wasn't the only one who felt uncomfortable. Those who heard Yang Chen's words all wanted to beat Yang Chen up. How could there be such an ironic person? It made everyone's mood go up and down as if they were sitting on a roller coaster. Those with a weak heart could be directly killed by such a change in the time it took for a joss stick to burn. Your state of mind is not cultivated enough. You just relied on your cultivation far beyond the tribulation realm to resist the heavenly tribulation, Yang Chen replied with a bitter smile. When you really go to the spiritual realm, Do you still think you are a master? You'll be lucky if you don't get taught a lesson. How dare you hope for anything else? The real price you have to pay is that your state of mind is not cultivated enough. You have to spend at least 3 times more time in the spiritual realm than in the mortal world to make up for it, and then your cultivation will fall behind others. To be honest, if it wasn't for Mu Mingyuan's special situation, Yang Chen definitely wouldn't have used such a method to help him grow. There's no other way. I don't know if it will help you or harm you. When countless people heard Yang Chen's words, they wished they could replace Mu Mingyuan. They almost raised their hands in front of Yang Chen and cried, begging Yang Chen, I'm not afraid of you. Come and harm me. How many people wanted to reach the nascent soul stage in their lifetime, but they couldn't get it, not to mention the extravagant hope of crossing the tribulation and ascending. Here, Yang Chen easily sent a person who was recognized as a waste to the spiritual world, and said that he harmed him. How could those who cultivated honestly and crossed the tribulation endure it? Even the most ignorant person would know that the 3 calamities and tribulations were both tests and opportunities. After passing the 3 disasters, one would definitely be tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Apart from other things, one's lifespan alone would increase by thousands of years, and this didn't include the various benefits such as the tempered cultivation, divine sense, dharma treasures, and body. Chapter 1147. Lifespan alone was enough for countless people in the mortal world to painstakingly beg for it, but in Yang Chen's words, it was actually harming Mu Mingyuan. Why was there such a huge difference between people's opportunities? Mu Mingyuan was already so shocked by Yang Chen's words that he couldn't control himself. Even though he was now a first-stage human immortal who had undergone the heavenly tribulation and ascended, his state of mind was still lacking, and he couldn't be as calm as a first-stage human immortal. Pointing at Yang Chen, Mu Mingyuan's lips trembled a few times, and he really didn't know what to say. Making him undergo the heavenly tribulation and ascend was harming himself, but was it normal for him to spend the rest of his life in the foundation establishment stage? Originally, he wanted to say something, but the time had come. An irresistible suction force came from the sky. Mu Mingyuan's body slowly rose into the sky before everyone's fervent gazes. Then, he turned into a beam of white light and disappeared without a trace. Ascension in broad daylight, the most solemn and desired scene of mortal cultivators, happened in front of everyone's eyes. Even after Mu Mingyuan's figure disappeared for a long time, countless people still couldn't react, and couldn't piece the whole thing together. They could only blame the fact that this kind of thing was so unusual that most people felt like they were in a dream. Otherwise, how could they have seen a 6-stage Qi practitioner undergo the heavenly tribulation and ascend in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? How long could an incense stick burn for? How many amazing and peerless geniuses were able to transcend their tribulation and ascend within 1,000 years? Their aptitude was already so good that countless sects fought over them. But compared to the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they were simply a block of wood. As for themselves, they were no different from stubborn rocks. If this wasn't a dream, then what was? Could there be a more exaggerated and illusory dream than this? They must have developed inner demons during their recent cultivation. Otherwise, how could they have such ridiculous hallucinations? However, when everyone thought it was an inner demon, an illusion, or a dream, then it wasn't normal. Soon, everyone truly understood what had happened. Regardless of the cause and effect, no one cared about the fate of the Flying Cloud sect. Everyone only knew one thing, and that was that Yang Chen had fed a golden ball to Mu Mingyuan. Then, Mu Mingyuan had gone through 3 calamities and ascended in the short time it took for a joss stick to burn. Just what kind of elixir was that golden ball that Yang Chen had fed Mu Mingyuan? How could it have such powerful medicinal effects? Was it a new elixir refined by Master Yang Chen himself? Could he get it? This was the question that everyone was concerned about. Not to mention the outsiders who didn't know about the demon bead, even Gaou and Gong Sunling, who had experienced in the demon continent together, fell into a sluggish state when they saw the golden ball with a radius of 3 feet at the beginning. From the looks of it, that thing should be a demonic pearl, right? But, such a big one, and they dared to call it a demonic pearl? The devilish ball is more like it, right? Where did he get such a heaven-defying treasure? Finally, after the experience of the mortal world, the two women's state of mind had been greatly improved, and they soon understood a lot. Their own Evildor husband could even get the ultimate demonized demon vine of the second grade of the Earth Immortal. What was a demonic pearl with a radius of 3 feet? It was estimated that it was a demonic pearl condensed by a human immortal level demonized demon beast. It was really not enough for their husband. However, what the two women took for granted, in the eyes of others, was simply explosive news. Those who had come to watch the fun instantly understood. The first thing they did after coming to their senses was to run as fast as they could. Last time, the secret plane of the Taishanmen was exposed, and the Taishanmen detained tens of thousands of cultivators on the spot. This time, such a big event, Chunyang Palace also dispatched so many people. Did they also want to block the news? If they didn't run at this time, were they waiting to be caught by the people of Chunyang Palace? Such a great injustice. The people who followed Yang Chen, from the head of the palace to the disciples who had just been allowed to go out to experience, never had such a thought. They just followed to see what kind of surprise Yang Chen would make, and wanted to see how Mu Mingyuan would personally take revenge. There was really no other meaning. The masters who followed from the Hall of Eccentrics of Chunyang Palace had no other thoughts at this moment. From now on, Chunyang Palace was their home. No matter how many benefits were given, they could not let them abandon their home. Whoever dared to be rude to Chunyang Palace was their enemy. Yang Chen's show was for them to see. It was to let all the masters of the monster clan in the world know how Chunyang Palace treated the masters of their sect's Hall of Eccentrics. As long as this matter was spread, as long as one was a member of the monster clan, the first choice to join the sect would definitely be Chunyang Palace, and there would be no other. The masters naturally had their own thoughts. They could understand what Yang Chen said about Mu Mingyuan's troubles after ascending to the spiritual world. If they were allowed to choose, they would rather choose to cultivate themselves and cross their own tribulations instead of relying on this kind of external force. From this perspective, Yang Chen was really right. Let's go back to the sect first. The matter was really too big. After the head of the palace in Chunyang Palace woke up from the shock, he just gave such an order and rushed back to Chunyang Palace with a large group of people. No matter how many words or how many questions they had, they would talk about it when they went back. This was not the place to talk. Yang Chen's big medicinal pill allowed a master who had been crippled to cross 3 disasters and ascend to heaven within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. With the propaganda of those fleeing onlookers, the news spread throughout the mortal world of cultivators at the fastest speed. The first reaction of all the cultivators who heard of this was that it was impossible, and the second reaction was that it was a dream. In short, no one believed it. But they couldn't stand the vows of these masters who saw this scene to prove it, so they had no choice but to believe it. Perhaps the guarantee of some rogue cultivators was not surprising, but the masters sent by some big sect to observe this matter also made a vow of heart demon, which was a completely different matter. Boom, the whole world of cultivators seemed to be ignited and completely erupted. Countless sect hurriedly sent messengers to Chunyang Palace to inquire about what kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill had such an effect. Countless underground masters began to ponder how to get this medicinal pill or formula from the hands of Master Yang Chen. After this incident, even if they couldn't stand Yang Chen, they had to express a voice of admiration from the bottom of their hearts. A master was indeed a master, he really deserved his reputation. The reaction of the 5 major sects was equally shocked, but some people were happy and some were worried. The happiest ones were naturally the sect where Yang Chen's 2 wives were, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. What was the saying that the pavilion close to the water enjoys the moonlight first, the flowers and trees facing the sun are easy to spring? This was it. Chapter 1148. Speaking of it, Mu Mingyuan's ascension in the day was actually not incomprehensible. Everyone understood the truth. Yang Chen used a kind of medicinal pill that could greatly improve the cultivation base, so that Mu Mingyuan's cultivation base directly exceeded the peak darching stage and triggered the tribulation. Everything happened naturally. The principle behind it was very simple. Transcending the tribulation was akin to a cultivator having to pass through a passageway filled with heavy machine gun fire. The goal of cultivation was to improve one's fleshly body and strength to the point where they could withstand the barrage of heavy machine gun fire. By passing through this passageway, one would have successfully transcended the tribulation. In general, the spiritual power cultivation base was like a bulletproof vest plus the strength of the body. Of course, the cultivation of the state of mind was the ability to control. The two sides combined, one side resisted, the other side evaded or used other methods to pass through the tribulation. On the other hand, Mu Mingyuan's mental state was not strong enough, but his spiritual power cultivation was high. It was as if he was given a tank to drive through the passage. The bullets from the heavy machine guns were nothing more than tickles to him. It was too easy for him to pass the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this was not without any cost. As Yang Chen said, the lack of state of mind cultivation base was always a hard problem. Even in the spiritual world, it would break out. It was likely to take 10 times or even 100 times more time than the current cultivation to solve it. Generally speaking, the step-by-step cultivation was far better than this kind of quick success and instant benefit. This was the unchanging truth. No one could easily gain power without paying any price. The truth was clear, but the people who knew it were not necessarily so balanced in their hearts. Even if some people's state of mind cultivation base had reached a certain level, and it was even possible to successfully cross the tribulation itself was still very risky after all. When facing the wind tribulation, if one was not careful, the body and soul would be destroyed, and the body would not even be left. This was a great horror between life and death. No one would not care about it. Everyone hoped that they could have a greater chance of crossing the tribulation, and with hundreds of years of spirit power cultivation base, it was the key to saving lives at the moment of life and death. Who would not care? Even when Yang Chen and the head of the palace just rushed back to Chunyang Palace, some people had already come to the door, showing how fast the news spread. Before understanding all the details, the head of the palace would never agree to anything. After dealing with these people who came to ask for alchemy, together with the elders, they waited for Yang Chen's explanation. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. I just happened to find a top-grade spiritual herb that can increase my cultivation. Of course, Yang Chen would not say that this was obtained from the demon continent, nor would he say the origin of the demon bead. He would only say that it was an elixir that he accidentally found. Speaking of which, I'm actually very sorry for Mu Mingyuan. He was the first to take it, so he was the first to test it. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he even felt a little guilty for letting Mu Mingyuan take the medicine. Everyone understood what had happened to Mu Mingyuan back then. If he didn't take the medicine, even if he was a plant, he might be able to survive for thousands of years, and eventually he would die in the foundation stage. Now that he had ascended to the darching stage, it would take a longer time to repair, but it was much better than the original situation. Is there a lot of this elixir? The head of the palace asked again. This was a question that everyone wanted to know. When they heard the words, they all listened with their ears straight. Not a lot. Yang Chen shook his head directly, and said very firmly there will be no more in the future, the root has been cut off. As soon as they heard Yang Chen say that the root had been cut off, the high-level members of the Chunyang Palace felt it was a pity. However, the joy still occupied the majority. After all, this medicinal pill was obtained by their own disciple. During this time, this disciple has been studying this kind of medicinal pill in the sect. Yang Chen also gave everyone a reassuring pill. If the research of the pill is successful, it can be said that hundreds or more can be refined. This number, Yang Chen still tried to say it as small as possible. It must be known that Xiao Tian needed a lot of jelly beans, and they couldn't all be used up. What effect do you expect this medicinal pill to have? The head of the palace asked again. Each medicinal pill increases 100 years of spiritual power cultivation base, and it can be used cumulatively. Yang Chen roughly estimated it and said this judgment. Everyone listened with a burst of ecstasy. A medicinal pill that could increase 100 years of spiritual power cultivation base, no one could maintain that kind of indifference. In fact, taking medicinal pills is still an unorthodox method after all. The cultivation base that is really cultivated by oneself is the most useful. Yang Chen saw that everyone was happy, and couldn't help but pour cold water on them if it is not a last resort, "Don't take these medicinal pills, the gains are not worth the losses." Everyone has cultivated to the yuanying stage, and even the masters of the daching stage. Naturally, they understood whether what Yang Chen said was reasonable or not. But in any case, as long as their own sect had these things in their hands, they would have confidence in their own tribulation, and the benefits were self-evident. If another sect comes to ask for medicinal pills, how should we deal with it? The head of the palace has never regarded Yang Chen as a disciple at the bottom. This kind of thing must be discussed with Yang Chen. Give it to them at a high price. Yang Chen replied without hesitation, but each sect can't exceed 50. As for the price. At this point, Yang Chen stopped. Everyone looked at Yang Chen eagerly, waiting for his decision. "Palace Master, how do you think the price should be set?" Yang Chen did not directly say the price, but threw the ball to the head of the palace. "Well, how much is the cost?" The head of the palace was not polite, and asked directly. "The main medicine plus the dressing, plus the disciple's hand, a medicinal pill, at least 1 jin of top-grade spirit stone." Yang Chen estimated it and then gave a cost price if they want it. The higher the price the better, the more the better. If that's the case, then at least 5 jin of top-grade spirit stone. The head of the palace has been in charge of the Chunyang Palace for many years. Naturally, he knew that it was not easy for the sect to persist. He immediately increased the cost price by 5 times anyway. Those who can ask for medicinal pills are also rich people. I am not afraid that they can't afford this price. None of the elders had any objections, and they all nodded slightly in agreement. This was an opportunity to greatly increase the strength of the sect, and naturally they would support it. The sect will leave a few hundred. If the disciples have enough contribution in the future, they can exchange for it. Yang Chen did not hesitate to leave half of it for his sect. However, it is better not to use it. It is not a matter of life and death. It is a pity to use it. It is not too late to use it at the critical moment. Well, what is the name of this medicinal pill? The ancestor Wang Yong finally asked this question. Increasing 100 years of spiritual power cultivation, this disciple will call it the 100 Years Pill. Yang Chen gave a name very casually. Chapter 1149. The name of the 100-year pill spread like wildfire. Taking one could increase one's spiritual power by 100 years, and it could be used continuously with no upper limit. How could this not make many people crazy? If they were lucky and ate a few in a row, wouldn't they be able to ascend as well? Even Mu Mingyuan, a qi refining stage cultivator, could ascend, let alone other Jedan and Yuanying stage cultivators. This great news immediately spread throughout the world with the announcement of the efficacy of the pill by Chunyang Palace. More people who had lost all hope had hope again. Even Mu Mingyuan could ascend, they naturally had a chance. The questioning inner heart pill, to put it bluntly, increased the cultivation of the state of mind, and the 100-year pill could increase the cultivation of spiritual power. For those who were on the verge of breaking through, it was simply a peerless treasure that could not be sought. It was believed that as long as the 100-year pill came out, it would be crazily sought after. Needless to say, the name of Yang Chen immediately spread throughout the world of cultivators. At this time, if someone dared to speak ill of Master Yang casually, they would definitely be heard by someone who would hold their head and sell it to Master Yang. The glory of his reputation was unparalleled. The messengers of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect came directly to the Chunyang Palace to ask for the pill, and the condition was, regardless of the cost. As long as Chunyang Palace asked, as long as the two major sects could do it, they would never bargain. The messengers who came to the door were none other than Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, who had just been separated from Yang Chen for less than a year. No one was more suitable than the two of them, and no one had a deeper relationship with Yang Chen than the two of them. The two women naturally understood what the golden ball that Mu Mingyuan took was, but they couldn't believe that the baleful demon bead would have such a large volume. One must know that it was a big ball with a diameter of 3 feet. What kind of demonic beast could condense such a baleful demon bead? Shock was shock, but when he recalled that Yang Chen possessed the body of the demonified ultimate vine, a grade 2 earthly immortal realm cultivation that surpassed any other grade in this world, the demonic baleful pearl didn't seem to be so conspicuous anymore. This was no longer something that could be defined by Grade 1 or Grade 2. Originally, Grade 1 or Grade 2 demonic beads were nothing in front of this demonic bead with a radius of 3 feet. Under the guidance of Elder Hua, Sun Qingxue had endured the tempering of the demonized blue jade blood phantom vine for only a year. She had to interrupt it a little to let the blue jade vine restrain the toxicity of the blood phantom vine and rush over. Shishanshan had no choice but to interrupt her cultivation and rush over as well. It could be seen that the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect attached great importance to the 100-year pill. "Husband, how many demonic baleful pearls do you have?" Sun Qingxue rushed over. In fact, she knew very well that Yang Chen must have already prepared it for them and would never make them embarrassed. Therefore, she was just curious about how many things Yang Chen had that they didn't know. Getting the 100-year pill for the sect was definitely a great credit, and it was also a contribution to the sect. Although Yang Chen said that he would not interfere with their cultivation direction, he still paved some roads for the 4 women. In the Dragon Palace of Yang Chen's family gathered again. There was no need to worry that anyone could hear their words. The Dragon Tower controlled by Xiao Tian was in charge. Even if the people of the spiritual world came over, there was no way. Therefore, Sun Qingxue's questions were also unscrupulous. The other 3 women also wanted to know this question. Speaking of which, Yang Chen and the 4 women have been married for many years, and none of the 4 women has been able to grasp Yang Chen's family property. Even Gao Yu, who was the most important to Yang Chen, was no exception. Just by taking this opportunity, everyone could understand a little bit in a certain aspect. "It's not a lot, more than 30. Yang Chen said the number in a very indifferent tone. What appeared at the same time as Yang Chen's words were more than 30 huge golden demonic baleful balls. The smallest of them had a diameter of 5 feet, and the largest one had a radius of 10 feet. The 4 women had already experienced the experience of the demon continent and had seen a lot of demonic baleful beads. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. It was already a great luck for others to be able to get a first-grade demonic baleful bead in the core of the demon continent. In front of Yang Chen's demonic baleful beads, it was simply a waste that could be directly thrown away. Not afraid of not knowing the goods, but afraid of comparing the goods. These demonic baleful beads in front of them, even if it was a person who didn't know the goods, after seeing that the demonic baleful bead with a diameter of 3 feet could make Mu Mingyuan transcend the tribulation and ascend within the time of a stick of incense, they could understand the value of these more than 30 golden beads. As soon as the demonic baleful bead appeared, Xiao Tian, who was cultivating in the Dragon Tower, appeared as if he smelled something delicious. He opened his mouth and was about to swallow the largest one. "If you eat any one of them, you won't have a share of the biggest one." Yang Chen did not stop it, just a casual sentence made Xiao Tian stop the action of his teeth touching the demonic baleful bead in time. He flew twice in the air, as if to express his dissatisfaction, and then flew back to the Dragon Tower. "Is there a bigger one?" Gao Yu asked herself that she was already well informed, but she was still shocked by Yang Chen's words. Such a large demonic baleful bead was actually not owned by Yang Chen. "There is still the biggest one," Yang Chen explained with a smile, "but the devil chi has not been cleaned up, so it is not easy to take it out." The women suddenly understood how terrible the devil chi contained in such a large demonic baleful bead was. What was the concept of closing a bigger demonic baleful bead? If a trace of devil chi was leaked, 50% of the disciples of the Chunyang Palace would be possessed by the devil. "Husband, how do we divide the 100 years pill?" Shishanshan was shocked, but she knew that they had no fate with these demonic baleful beads, so she quickly recovered and asked directly. She and Sun Qingxue came with the mission of the sect. Naturally, they had to give an explanation, even if they knew that Yang Chen would definitely not let them return empty-handed. Each family has a maximum of 50, and each medicinal pill is 5 pounds of top-grade spirit stones. Yang Chen directly said the price that he had discussed with the head of the palace. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect are at this price, and the others will be auctioned at this price. Speaking of which, this had already given enough face to the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, and it was also for the sake of Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan's face. When the two women got this answer, their hearts suddenly felt a lot more at ease. With this sentence from young Chen, they could explain to the sect. What about yourself? Don't you need anything? Both women understood that the price young Chen said was the price given to the Chunyang Palace. Young Chen himself still needed to pay another reward. Young Chen didn't mention it now, but the two women had to plan for their own husband. Chapter 1150. For the time being, I don't have much need here. This will also show that you have a big face. Young Chen shook his head slightly. This time, he was refining for his two wives' sect. He had to let them go back with a lot of face. If he asked for too much, it would seem that the two women's contribution to the sect was not very big. The island master has already instructed us to give it to them. Shashanshan smiled instead. She could understand young Chen's feelings for them, but this kind of benefit was not something that could be ignored. If you have to give it to them, then get some new fire seeds, all kinds of alchemy and refining materials. In this regard, young Chen did not have too many requirements. He just casually said, if there is a collection of alchemy and pill recipes, it would be the best. For young Chen, the fire seeds were enough. From low grade to high grade, almost all of them had been collected. There would never be too many medicinal materials, and the same was true for refining materials. The family's life source flying sword needed all kinds of high-level materials to perfect, especially for young Chen. The Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements flying sword was simply a black hole that swallowed materials. On this side, Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue returned with young Chen's satisfied attitude. On the other side, the 100-year pill had already set off an uproar among the cultivators. There are many beautiful female disciples in my sect, why can't any of them be close to Grandmaster Yang? When the news of the 100-year pill spread, it was not known how many masters in the sect began to envy the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. Since Grandmaster Yang likes beautiful women, it seems that this is also an opportunity. Why could the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island always walk in front of other sect and get young Chen's medicinal pills? To put it bluntly, it was because of Sun Qingxue and Shashanshan. All the sect understood this, but at the beginning, they were too embarrassed. The big sect disdained to use their own talented disciples to do this kind of thing, and the small sect did not have any good candidates for a while. For the time being, there were no more beautiful women to harass young Chen. However, since the emergence of the 100-year pill, countless people have begun to think in this regard. Speaking of which, young Chen was indeed the perfect double cultivation partner in the minds of beautiful women. The several elements of cultivation, the Dharma, the partner, and the wealth, were almost all occupied by young Chen. Needless to say, the spiritual power that young Chen cultivated, in addition to the third fire spiritual power, all the other spiritual power was the original spiritual power. Was there a better cultivation method than the original true secret art? The Dharma, the newly discovered spiritual vein in the Chunyang Palace, was definitely a good place. This was young Chen's Dragon Palace, outsiders did not know about it. If it was known by others, it was not known what kind of madness it would cause. Not to mention the Dao companions, whether it was Gaou or Gong Sunling, Shashanshan or Sun Qingxue, they were all talented disciples with excellent cultivation qualifications, the rare outstanding disciples in 100 years. Was there a better Dao companion than them? Wealth was not to mention. Any of young Chen's medicinal pills, if they were exchanged for spirit stones, they could be exchanged for a lot of wealth. In particular, his identity as a 5th-grade alchemist master was the biggest treasure bowl. 4 female cultivators, not to mention anything else, just the concentrated medicinal pills refined by young Chen were enough to make them crazy. From the perspective of cultivation, from the Jedan, Yuanying to the Daching stage, there were suitable medicinal pills. The 2nd-grade questioning inner heart pill was enough to support the consumption of the Jedan stage to the Yuanying stage, and the questioning inner heart pill could improve the mental cultivation of the user. Not to mention these, there was also the 100-year pill, which was really a good thing to increase one's cultivation. The effect was strong, the power was great. Mu Mingyuan's experience had already played out the effect of a medicine test. Many beautiful female cultivators, because of their lack of cultivation or aptitude, had no choice but to become the Dao companions or even cauldrons of some masters. Sometimes, They had to sacrifice their future to have children for those masters. It was because they had no hope of cultivation that they made such a decision. If they had the 100-year pill in their hands, these problems would not even be worth mentioning. Didn't they see Mu Mingyuan, who could only cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, forcibly transcend the tribulation and ascend within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn? As long as they had the 100-year pill, what bottleneck could they not overcome? What realm could they not surpass? Just this reason alone was enough to make those female cultivators who thought that they were good-looking crazy. If coupled with the appearance pill, which was a must-have magic weapon for all female cultivators, even the most arrogant female cultivators, as long as Yang Chen waved his hand, they would definitely obediently come in front of Yang Chen. It was unknown how many people sighed at the good luck of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. After all, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were Yang Chen's master and senior sister, so it was normal for them to be the first to enjoy the moonlight. And Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue unexpectedly also seized such an opportunity. How could people not be envious? Grandmaster Yang's life experience was also unearthed by people. In fact, except for the location of his family, Yang Chen did not hide anything. Soon, those people knew that Yang Chen and Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue actually met on the execution ground. Many people wished that they could replace Shishanshan and become the heroine who met Yang Chen on the execution ground. This kind of good luck, which was so heaven-defying that all the women in the world were jealous of it, how could Shishanshan, a girl blessed by the heavens, be able to encounter it? She couldn't have such a good aptitude and good luck, right? This was not fair. Hundreds of years ago, when Shishanshan, the cold plum fairy, a gold core expert, had an entanglement with Yang Chen, countless people still secretly scolded Yang Chen for being a toad that wanted to eat swan meat. Now that they thought about it, the cold plum fairy's vision was so outstanding that she chose Yang Chen among countless experts. She really had a unique insight. In any case, the 100-year pill was desired by countless people. Other sect also sent their own messengers and began to negotiate with Chunyang Palace. This time, Hall Chief Shu of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Chunyang Palace was a little surprised that the representatives of each sect who came to Chunyang Palace either had an enchanting beauty or had an enchanting beauty by their side. All the messengers requested to talk with Yang Chen face to face. Even though Hall Chief Shu was experienced in the battlefield, he had never seen such a scene. He had to decline these requests for the time being, dumbfounded. Of course, the reason for his refusal was also very good. Grandmaster Yang felt that the effect of the medicine last time was too strong and needed to be readjusted to make the effect more gentle. Therefore, he was studying the elixir in seclusion. Normally, after such a refusal, the representatives of each sect only needed to negotiate with Chunyang Palace about the 100-year pill. However, all the sects' reaction was surprisingly consistent. All the beauties stayed behind and waited for Grandmaster Yang to come out of seclusion in the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. Chapter 1151. Yang Chen said that the effect of the last pill was more violent, which the cultivators could understand. Although it was a good thing for Mu Mingyuan to ascend within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, it was not necessarily a good thing. Everyone knew that no matter what, the cultivation base that relied on external things was always not as good as the cultivation base that was cultivated by oneself. Therefore, no one would use this method unless it was a last resort. However, not everyone had absolute certainty that they could ascend. Those who could resist the heavenly tribulation, those who did not have much certainty before the tribulation, or those who encountered a bottleneck and could not break through, and their lifespan was already insufficient, the 100-year pill for them was the key to saving their lives. Suddenly increasing 100 years of cultivation base, no matter from which aspect, was a great event. Increasing confidence, increasing ability, when necessary, it would give the person who took it an extra life. In particular, the effect of the 100-year pill could be accumulated, which was even more amazing. Taking 100 years of cultivation base, if it was not enough, then take it again. In theory, what happened to Mu Mingyuan could happen to everyone. As long as there were enough 100-year pills, then as long as one was a cultivator, they could ascend without a doubt. If the cultivation base of the state of mind was insufficient, wasn't there still the questioning inner heart pill to make up for it? Even if it couldn't make up for everything, At least it could make up for part of it. As for the others, when they arrived in the spiritual world, would they be afraid that there would be no master to guide them? At this time, Yang Chen had become a target in the hearts of countless people. Of course, it was inevitable that he would become the target of more people. If people were only coveting the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill before, now those people could not wait to directly grab the pill recipe of the 100-year pill. Such a heaven-defying pill, how could it be in the hands of one's own people? Even if Yang Chen were to refine pills for others, how could he be at ease when refining pills for his own people? Not to mention anything else, at least the Taishanmen had such a thought. It had to be said that Yang Chen had indeed shocked the Taishanmen in recent years. From the heaven-seizing pill, to the questioning inner heart pill, to the inner sensing pill, and to the 100-year pill, it was more and more shocking. At this time, Sect Master Li wished he could go back to the past and directly burn the bones of the guy who dared to throw Yang Chen out of the sect before he could speak. With such a disciple, the Taishanmen who came to join first were thrown out abruptly, and Chunyang Palace took advantage of them. Such an experience made the higher-ups of Taishanmen grit their teeth every time they thought about it. The guy who was in charge of recruiting disciples back then had been punished time and time again. However, no matter what he did, he could not quell the anger of the Taishanmen's higher-ups. He could only vent his anger by being punished by the higher-ups again and again. Naturally, Taishanmen also sent a representative to Chunyang Palace to discuss the matter of the centenary elixir. Maro Qi didn't want to deal with Yang Chen for a long time. This time, the senior management also sympathized with his mood and directly replaced him with another elder of the Darching stage. The elder sent by Taishanmen this time, Dao Junki, was a woman with a strong cultivation base, but there was a slight deviation in her cultivation. She had been stuck in the bottleneck of the late Darching stage for hundreds of years. Originally, this elder Dao Junki already had a middle-aged appearance, but after taking the appearance pill from the Wanbao Tower, she still restored her youthful and beautiful appearance. This time, she not only wanted to reach an agreement with Chunyang Palace to purchase the centenary elixir, but she also wanted to establish a further relationship with Yang Chen. Speaking of which, Elder Dao Junki could definitely be considered as an expert with good aptitude. She was once a famous fairy, but she had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few hundred years, so outsiders had gradually forgotten her name. His splendid outfits immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Taishanmen sent a representative. The Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect were also not willing to show weakness, especially the Chenkuan sect. This time, they directly brought another female disciple of the sect who was as famous as the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy, Shi Wushuang. Fortunately, the Chenkuan sect did not directly propose to Chunyang Palace to marry Yang Chen, but their purpose was already clear. The appearance of the Greenwood Fairy Shi Wushuang was not worse than that of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, but she did not have the opportunity to contact Yang Chen. He believed that as long as they could get to know each other and get along for a period of time, it was not impossible to snatch Yang Chen from the hands of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. Other small sect leaders could not pay attention to them, but the people of Taishanmen, the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect must be paid attention to. The representatives of these three sects were settled in the mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace, and the reception was very high. Of course, fortunately, a large number of core disciples of Chunyang Palace were now practicing in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave. The temporary strength of Chunyang Palace did not attract the special attention of the representatives of the three major sects. Now everyone's attention was focused on Yang Chen. Yang Chen was indeed in seclusion now. Yang Chen had already come up with a refining method when he was in the mortal world, but he had not yet put it into practice, so he must experiment. Of course, the experiment must be the small demonic beads purchased from the demon continent. Yang Chen still had a lot of these things, just to experiment. This was the first time that Yang Chen had refined a medicinal pill that was not in his own memory after his rebirth. For this reason, Yang Chen had just considered it for hundreds of years. The monarch, minister, assistant, the conflict of various medicinal materials, the control of the fire, he had already had a preliminary concept before he started. Fortunately, there were the dregs and tips in the medicine nourishing gourd. Yang Chen had practiced a lot later and had a considerable understanding of the medicinal properties of various medicinal materials. This time, he experimented with refining the 100-year pill. After only 5 experiments, he had already touched the doorway and began to determine the pill recipe. After several more experiments, Yang Chen had completely determined the pill recipe. When to add what auxiliary medicine, what kind of fire to control, when to add the demonic bead, it was completely determined. The profound spirit furnace had become stronger because it had absorbed twice the demonic fire before. When Yang Chen finally formed the pill, he directly got the 2nd-grade 100-year pill. Even Yang Chen had a hunch that if the profound spirit furnace could absorb the 6th and 7th-grade fire seeds, he could directly refine a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. Even if it had not reached the 3rd grade, the medicinal effect of the 2nd-grade 100-year pill was already very strong. According to Yang Chen's calculation, with such a large amount of medicine, the 100-year pill should be able to increase the cultivation base of the consumer by 100 years, but now after Yang Chen's spiritual awareness exploration, it was initially estimated that it could increase the cultivation base by about 150 years, and the medicinal effect was stronger by 1.5 times. This was the first time that Yang Chen had created a medicinal pill by himself, and the pill recipe was also his own original creation. The successful refining of the 100-year pill, Yang Chen was even happier than the successful refining of the questioning inner heart pill. However, as soon as he came out, Yang Chen found that he had to face a lot of women. Chapter 1152. Yang Chen did not expect that he had married 4 wives, but he was labeled as a lecherous person from the bottom of his heart, and then they used such a method to deal with him. It may seem a bit excessive to say that they dealt with him, but it was more appropriate to describe it as pleasing. The only 5th-grade alchemist, plus the questioning inner heart pill and the 100-year pill, was enough to make anyone who was not confident move. Of course, when Yang Chen came out, he did not see these guests, but his own wife, Gaoyu, and Gong Sunling. The 2 women now lived together with Yang Chen, and their servants were also together, responsible for serving the 3 people's daily lives. The place where Yang Chen retreated was the Dragon Palace that had been transformed into an ordinary house, and the 2 women could go in to cultivate at any time. As for others, they did not have this blessing. Many people came to ask for pills. Yang Chen just asked about this, and there was no surprise. A lot. Gaoyu smiled and nodded, and there are unexpected surprises. What unexpected surprises? When Yang Chen asked again, whether it was Gaoyu or Gong Sunling, they no longer answered, but a burst of laughter, very mysterious. So, after Yang Chen met the head of the palace and the elders, he was brought to the representatives of these sects. Looking at a group of beautiful female cultivators, Yang Chen could not help but stare. In fact, the agreement with the sect has basically been reached by the head of the palace. It was still according to the previous discussion with Yang Chen, the 5 major sect would each get 50 pills, and some other first-class sect, with a good relationship with Chunyang Palace, each sect would temporarily get 10 pills, and it was hard to say if the relationship was bad. However, the price of all the 100-year pills must be based on the highest price of the first 10 auctions in the auction house of Wanbao Tower. Except for the 100 pills of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, which were obtained at the most favorable price, even if the Taishanmen wanted medicinal pills, the price tag must follow this procedure. It was not that no one had tried to buy the Wanbao Tower. As long as everyone worked together and did not raise the price during the auction, they might be able to get the tower at a higher price than the reserve price. However, as soon as he said this, he was scolded by people who knew what was going on. Are the people of Chunyang Palace fools? As long as they arrange for one person to participate in the bidding, how many times will the price increase? He didn't care where his saliva was flying to. Auction honestly, don't play any tricks. If you provoke him, what if he doesn't sell? With just one sentence, all the fellows who had evil thoughts about auctioning were all blocked. Now the initiative was in the hands of Chunyang Palace. They could do whatever they wanted. The current Chunyang Palace was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched by anyone. If it was the previous Chunyang Palace with only 8 Yuanying stage ancestors, not to mention a big sect like Taishanmen, any first-class sect could directly destroy Chunyang Palace, and then grab Yang Chen along with the medicinal pills. But now no one dared to use this brain at will. Now in Chunyang Palace, there were hundreds of Yuanying stage ancestors, and the number had exceeded 400, which was not counting the endless Daching stage masters. There were already 5 of them on the surface. Who knew how many were in the dark? Even if there were no, Chunyang Palace had the 100-year pills in their hands. If they found that they were not a match, as long as they made a little determination, they could turn more people into masters of the Daching stage. This was not counting the alliance relationship between Chunyang Palace and the Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if there was no Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, there were always countless people who wanted to make friends with Chunyang Palace who would take the initiative to come forward. They were worried that they couldn't find a bond to get closer to Master Yang. Some people dared to do this, which was the biggest opportunity for these people. So far, dozens of heads have been sent to Chunyang Palace. After the news of the 100-year pills came out, they were the heads of the guys who wanted to harm Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. And among these heads, there were gifts from several major sects. Greetings, Master Yang. When they saw Yang Chen, a group of beautiful sect representatives, all greeted him, which made the reception disciples of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Chunyang Palace, who had never seen such a scene, stunned. A group of all kinds of beauties, and they were all famous beauties in the mortal world, gathered in front of Yang Chen. If a certain lecherous king in the mortal world knew about it, it was not known how he would envy Yang Chen's luck with women. Little sister Dao Junkie, this is a gift from my sect to Master Yang. Dao Junkie took the lead and presented a jade slip and a Chenkuan bag with both hands. Negotiating with the head of the palace was a matter between the sect. This was purely a reward for Yang Chen, although this time Yang Chen did not intend to receive any specific reward. However, Dao Junkie, a Daching stage elder, actually called herself a little sister in front of Yang Chen, which made the women of other sect despise her. When Dao Junkie's things were delivered, the other beauties did not hesitate to send the same thing. One by one, they were more and more intimate, and even Brother Chen was called out without hesitation. Basically, everyone took out a jade slip and a Chenkuan bag. The Chenkuan bag contained the reward, and on the jade slip were the conditions offered by the sect. This was the meaning of Hall Master Shu. There were so many people here, naturally it was not good to say it one by one. In this way, it was also a way to express it. It was very similar to the project bidding in the later generations, but here, it was only for Yang Chen's benefit. Yang Chen already knew that in this regard, he accepted the jade slip first. As for the Chenkuan bag, no one took it. If he took something, it meant that the transaction was reached. Yang Chen would not make such a mistake. However, when receiving these jade slips, some female cultivators even secretly and deliberately put their jade hands on Yang Chen's hands. The meaning of seduction was very obvious. This was still a slightly reserved performance. A few of them could not pretend to be careless and directly throw themselves into Yang Chen's arms. Coming out of the Foreign Affairs Hall, even if Yang Chen had the memory of a great principal golden immortal, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. So many women, such a big battle, the average person was really not necessarily able to control it. How do you feel? Isn't it good to be a heartthrob? Hall Master Shu next to him could not help but tease Yang Chen. It seemed that he was happy to see Yang Chen's embarrassed appearance. A tall tree catches the wind. Yang Chen shook his head helplessly, with a look of lingering fear. Although Yang Chen had expected that the appearance of the 100-year pill would cause a sensation, it was inevitable that it would be pursued by the sect. However, Yang Chen had never thought that the fact that he had 4 wives would also be regarded as the evidence of his lust, and all of them began to have ideas about him from this aspect. Chapter 1153. The conditions offered by each sect were nothing more than to get more century-old dance from Yang Chen, and they were willing to pay the price for it. This was Yang Chen's own idea, but he still underestimated the other people's desire for a 5th-grade alchemist like him. From reading those jade slips, Yang Chen found that at least hundreds of sect expressed their admiration for Yang Chen, hoping that he could come out of Chunyang Palace and join their sect. Among these sects, there were Taishanmen, 5-element sect, and Chenkuan sect. There were also hundreds of first-class sects. Betrayal was a big stain in the cultivation world, but all the sects' tone was the same, so Yang Chen didn't have to worry about this small problem. As long as he was willing to join their sect, all the follow-up problems would be solved by these sects. As for the smaller sect, it was estimated that they knew their own business, so they only asked for century-old dance and didn't mention anything about Yang Chen betraying their sect. As for the Taishanmen, Five Elements sect, and Chenkuan sect, in addition to inviting Yang Chen to join their sect, made another request. If Yang Chen didn't want to betray his sect, then he would ask to buy the century-old dance. Anyway, Yang Chen had sold the century-old dance before, so he wouldn't refuse this time, as long as the price was enough. Of course, the price that each sect was willing to pay was really tempting. All kinds of wealth and status were available. In addition, there was a condition that made Yang Chen dumbfounded: beautiful women. Each sect was willing to use the best female disciples of their sect as the price in exchange for Yang Chen's cooperation. Among them, the three big sect, Taishanmen, Five Elements sect, and Chenkuan sect were the most generous. In the future, Fairy Greenwood would become as famous as Fairy Cold Plum and Fairy Dancing Snow. She was also one of the few experts in the Chenkuan sect in the immortal world. Like Sun Qingxue, Fairy Qingmu also had a wood attribute spiritual root, which was also close to full value. It could be said that whether it was in terms of cultivation, appearance, or future achievements, she was comparable to Sun Qingxue. In particular, there was one thing about Fairy Greenwood that Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan could not hope to catch up to. Unlike Shishanshan, who only focused on cultivation, and Sun Qingxue, who was pure and innocent, Fairy Greenwood was a master at using money and power. In the immortal dimension, Fairy Qingmu could be considered to have a wide circle of friends. She treated others well, handled matters appropriately, and was graceful. She had the demeanor of a strong woman. Compared to a pure master like Shishanshan, there was a different kind of attraction. Such a fairy could go up to the hall, go down to the kitchen, and enter the boudoir. It was not known how many people wanted to be the Tao companion of Fairy Greenwood. However, although Fairy Greenwood had a wide circle of friends, she was also very self-respecting. Before Yang Chen died, he had not heard of anyone who could get the favor of Fairy Greenwood. Or a master who was too good was destined to have such a fate. Those who liked Fairy Greenwood, in front of Fairy Greenwood, they could not help but feel ashamed of their inferiority. They simply could not stand her seemingly decent, but there was a noble aura from the heart. Such a fairy was willing to become a Tao companion with Yang Chen for the sake of the sect. It had to be said that the Chenkuan sect's generosity was unique. Of course, it was also related to the fact that Fairy Greenwood had not really grown up. Tao Junkie of the Taishanmen, needless to say, she was an elder of the Darching stage, with excellent qualifications, and her appearance and figure were top-notch. If there was only one shortcoming, it was that she was hundreds of years older than Yang Chen. But after cultivating for a long time, who would care about a mere few hundred years? Wasn't Shishanshan Gao Yu also 100 years older than Yang Chen? It was a pity that in the late Darching stage, Tao Junkie's cultivation slightly deviated. Even after the guidance of senior Liu Fengzi, it could not be completely corrected in a short time. Now Tao Junkie had a direction to correct it. What was missing was only time. Moreover, Yang Chen was very clear about Tao Junkie's future. In the immortal world, she was also a hall master of the profound heaven sect. Her cultivation and combat power may not be comparable to Shishanshan, but the name of Fairy Greenwood could also deter a large number of people. Such a master was even willing to become a Tao companion with Yang Chen for the sake of the sect. Because the gap between the two sides was not small, Tao Junkie was even willing to serve as Yang Chen's cultivation furnace before Yang Chen's cultivation was promoted to her realm. It must be known that Tao Junkie had an innate fire attribute spirit root, which was an absolute match for Yang Chen's innate spirit root. Acting as a cauldron was to make her own cultivation stagnate, which was completely helping Yang Chen. A master of the late Darching stage as a cauldron, who could imagine it? Coupled with Tao Junkie's identity as an elder of the Taishanmen sect, such an arrogant position, it was simply a scene that would make countless people salivate. Want to have a face, want to have a heart, would there be a man who could refuse such a temptation? As for the Five Elements sect, they came up with 5 beautiful women at once. These 5 beautiful women were quintuplets themselves. The figure and appearance were exactly the same, and it was difficult for the world to distinguish them. This was not the most special. The quintuplet sisters were born to occupy one of the 5 elements. When the 5 people were combined, it was a complete 5 elements formation. In particular, the 5 women were almost interlinked. The power of the formation was simply unparalleled. In Yang Chen's mind, there were memories of the 5 sisters of the 5 elements sect. Although the qualifications of the 5 sisters were not as good as Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, the difference was also limited. The 5 women were the masters of the 5 elements sect in the immortal world. Just the 5 women had blocked the crazy attacks of the devils in the immortal world for no less than hundreds of times. The 5 elements sect could stand tall in the immortal world and had a direct relationship with the 5 women. Now many people knew that Yang Chen was a simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements. The 5 sisters were exactly the same, but they belonged to the 5 elements. It was simply the most suitable for Yang Chen to be a double cultivation companion. Of course, the age of the 5 women was a little older, but they were older than Shishanshan, but not as old as Dao Junqi. Their current cultivation base was just at the early Dacheng stage. Compared with the beauties of the 3 sects, the other sects' beauties were not on the same level at all. Those women who still needed Yang Chen to use the 100-year questioning inner heart pill to improve their cultivation base, could they be compared with these who would be all-powerful in the immortal world in the future? From this point of view, the 3 sects really showed their sincerity. Of course, on the other hand, it also showed that they were not generally optimistic about Yang Chen. After all, a master of the 5th grade alchemy master in the mortal world was only in the early and middle Yuanying stage. Who knows if he would reach the realm of the 6th grade alchemy master before ascending? Such an alchemy genius, coupled with those peerless medicinal pills, was enough to tempt any sect. Chapter 1154. To be honest, when he saw these conditions, Yang Chen was really a little surprised. These were the prices of Yang Chen's service. Although it was a bit high, there were the previous examples of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. The 2 major sects had been taken care of by Yang Chen. These prices were not very surprising. It was just that Yang Chen did not think that the 5 Elements sect and Chenkuan sect in Taishanmen were willing to pay such a price for him alone. It must be known that this did not include the loss of reputation brought about by Yang Chen's betrayal. In this regard, if the 3 major sects wanted to settle it, it was bound to cost a higher price. If it was anyone else, it was estimated that they would not be able to bear such a temptation. From a small sect to a core disciple of one of the 5 major sects, and there was a beauty accompanying him, it was definitely a promotion like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. But this happened to Yang Chen. It could only be said that the 3 major sects still underestimated Yang Chen. To put it bluntly, it was a serious underestimation. The Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were also the 5 major sects, and their respective genius disciples were now Yang Chen's wives. Even if Yang Chen wanted to jump ship, he would at least choose one of the 2 more familiar sects, right? They believed that with Yang Chen's ability, he would definitely be better valued in the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. As for the other small sects, not to mention, Yang Chen did not have to consider them. These things could be given to Gaou and Gong Sunling for fun. There was no need to discuss it on the table, it was simply impossible to agree. The 100-year pill experiment was successful, and Yang Chen still needed to refine a batch. This time, he used the demonic beads of the demonized vines. Presumably a lot of medicinal pills could be produced in one furnace. Soon, Yang Chen went into seclusion again to refine pills. Everyone was mentally prepared for this. The first time was to test the waters, and they did not expect Yang Chen to be moved. When the 100-year pill was officially launched, it would be the climax of everyone's struggle. When he was refining the 100-year Dan, Yang Chen had already considered the reduction of the medicinal efficacy caused by the separation of the huge demonic beads. Because of the separation of the extremely strong medicinal efficacy, Yang Chen had gathered all of it into a few special 100-year Dans, turning them into the core of the core. The first batch of 100-year pills produced close to 1,000-second revolution 100-year pills. Among them, 10 of them had even reached the 4th revolution. According to Yang Chen's estimation, they could increase one's cultivation base by 800 to 1,000 years. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them 1,000-year pills. In particular, these 10 pills were the core of the medicinal effects. Basically, they could be said to be the essence of this cauldron of pills. Next, Yang Chen continued to refine. After spending 2 demonic beads, he had obtained a total of nearly 5,000 second revolution 100-year dance and 54th revolution 100-year dance. After 1 year, Yang Chen came out of seclusion again. He handed a part of the medicinal pills to the sect, and gave 10 of the rest to Shanghai Feng, asking him to start the auction in the Wanbao Tower. Many sect members were waiting for the official 100-year Dan to appear so that they could personally see its medicinal efficacy. Some things were just hearsay, but seeing was believing. Although it was unlikely that the thing that happened to Yang Chen was real, it was better to be safe than sorry when it came to this kind of expensive pill. The first 10 100-year dans were all bought by others. The most expensive one even reached the price of 12 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. This price was also the price at which the major sect members wanted to get the goods directly from the Chunyang Palace in the future. As for if they wanted to get more, they needed to compete with others in the auction house. At every moment, there were countless masters who were trapped in the bottleneck of their cultivation base or even near the end of their lifespan. These 10 100-year dans were almost taken within the territory of the Chunyang Palace within a day after the auction. It had to be said that Yang Chen's reputation in alchemy was still very strong. 10 medicinal pills allowed 8 Yuanying stage masters who were trapped in the realm to break through the bottleneck, and 3 of them almost triggered the Yin Fire Tribulation on the spot and successfully crossed the tribulation. The rest also made progress in their cultivation base. The remaining 2 were masters of the Daching stage. One entered the late Daching stage from the middle Daching stage, and the other entered the middle Daching stage from the early Daching stage. The 10 100-year dans were all successful. At this time, no one doubted the efficacy of the 100-year Dan. They began to prepare the spirit stones and planned to bid at the next auction. When the news came, the major sect came to the door and began to buy medicinal pills. Anyway, Chunyang Palace promised to give a batch of medicinal pills to the major sect in batches. These medicinal pills must be in their hands first. The Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect still sent Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, but they were accompanied by 2 elders of the Daching stage. After all, these medicinal pills were invaluable, and there must always be a master to protect them. The time interval was not long. When the husband and wife met, they were happy. Yang Chen still gave each of the 2 women a small surprise. This medicinal pill is different from those. It can basically increase the cultivation base of 800 to 1,000 years. Yang Chen took out 4 core Millennium Dans and gave 2 to each of the 2 women. You keep one for yourself, just in case at a critical moment. The other one will be handed over to the sect as a gift from your husband to your mother's family. A Millennium Dan, if either of the 2 women took it, the consequence of increasing their cultivation base by 1,000 years was that they could directly reach the peak of the Daching stage. In the mortal world, it was basically impossible for anyone to hurt them. The other one was given to the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. The 2 women were now powerful, and their status in their respective sect had been improved. Coupled with Yang Chen's sparing no effort to support them, it was impossible not to be valued by the sect. Our husband is now in high demand. A large number of beautiful women are willing to send themselves to the door. Gao Yu said with a smile when she received the 2 younger sisters in the sect. After the official business was done, when the family was reunited, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling naturally made fun of Yang Chen. Those jade slips that recorded the conditions of the sect became a happy pastime for the 4 women. Every beauty that had been heard of would be taken out by the 4 women to comment on it. Even the level of individual beauties like the fairy Qing Mu would be specially taken out to comment on it. Here it was suitable, there it was not suitable, what were the benefits of accepting it and so on. It was as if the 4 women were choosing a concubine for Yang Chen. In the face of the 4 women's happy teasing, Yang Chen was also full of happiness. Half lying on the slender waist of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, he closed his eyes comfortably, listening to the 4 proud women talking about these gossips that only women in the mortal world would talk about. His heart was calm and full. Such a life, was it a real life of flesh and blood? Chapter 1155. Although they were happy, no one would take it seriously. Yang Chen would never betray the sect. The four women knew this from the beginning, and naturally they would not agree to the conditions of those sect. Moreover, even if the women from the three major sects were stunning, so what? The four beside him were not easy to deal with. Whether it was in terms of appearance, figure, or emotional foundation, they were not something that a few random beauties could compare to. The four women did not even feel any threat from him. The sect wants the pill recipe. After the family enjoyed enough reunion time, Shashanshan reluctantly said another small request of her own sect. It's the same for us here. Sun Qingxue also whispered. In their eyes, being able to get the medicinal pill at the base price was already Yang Chen looking at their face to take care of their own sect. Now that he wanted the pill recipe, it seemed a bit greedy. It's not surprising. Yang Chen smiled and was not surprised at all. His arms tightened and he kissed the faces of the two women gently. Don't worry, I will sell the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill. The 100-year pill is nothing, as long as there is enough price. The two women might just want an answer and did not put forward any price on the spot. However, with this result, they could already go back and it was still the kind of contribution. However, I think you should try to convince the sect as much as possible, it's better not to. Yang Chen suddenly added another sentence. When I refine the space connection point, the baleful demon bead will become less and less until there is no more, and it doesn't make much sense to get it. If your sect doesn't mind, then come and talk, this time I will give you 20% discount. The last time the questioning inner heart pill, Yang Chen gave the two sect a 50% discount. This kind of thing couldn't happen again and again, so although Yang Chen still gave the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect discounts for the sake of the two women, it had already improved a lot. The sect wanted to get the century-old pill as soon as possible. Many representatives of the sect were waiting in the Chunyang Palace. As soon as the result of the auction was announced and the pill took effect, someone immediately took out enough spirit stones to take the pill away. The five great sect were rich and overbearing. Only the five great sect could gather the required spiritual stones for 50 elixirs in one go. However, Yang Chen soon met the representatives of the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect in Taishanmen again. However, they were not the same women as last time. This time, they once again gave Yang Chen a jade slip, which recorded a little bit of the requirements of the three major sects. Yang Chen wasn't surprised that the three great sects were asking for elixir recipes. What these big sects wanted was to control things in their own hands as much as possible. If they had a big business, this idea was not wrong. If they were always under the control of others, of course, it would not be as good as their own. Moreover, several big sects would even often announce some research results to gain fame. Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pill, including the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppressing formation, was obtained from the spiritual world for this reason. What surprised Yang Chen was that Dao Junkie, Fairy Qing Mu, and the Five Elements sect's quintuplets were still the price of the three great sects exchanging elixir recipes. No wonder they were not allowed to come this time, it was because of this reason. Yang Chen already had 4 wives, and 2 of them were disciples of the Five Great Sect. In the eyes of others, it was not a big deal for Yang Chen to have a few more wives. These women, whether it was their origin, appearance, or cultivation aptitude, would not disgrace Yang Chen. Now Yang Chen just didn't understand. For a pill recipe of a mere 100-year elixir, the 3 great sects were willing to pay such a price. Wasn't it a bit too much? This was not the full price. The other conditions were that each of them had to pay rare fire seeds, top medicinal materials, and refining materials. It could almost be said that these fire seeds and medicinal materials alone were enough to buy the elixir recipe. The 3 great sects also had to pay the price of beautiful disciples, which was really a bit speechless. In fact, Yang Chen was still in the game, and there were some things that he couldn't understand. Although Yang Chen had planned his own future, he was far from imagining what kind of position he would have in the eyes of the 5 great sects in the future. An alchemy genius who was a 5th-grade alchemist master when he was in the Jedan stage, what kind of expectation would he have when he reached the Darching stage? For Yang Chen, He had already experienced the experience of the demon continent. Was there any suspense in breaking through to the darching stage? Such a person, no matter what, the major sect wanted to win him over. Even if he was not in their own sect, they must always maintain a good relationship. Now in this respect, the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect had already walked ahead, and the other three sects certainly had to catch up. Sending these female disciples was hoping to form a good karma with Yang Chen. In the future, when Yang Chen had any benefits, through these female disciples, they could also fight for some good prices. Even, several sects speculated that Yang Chen might have a magic weapon that parasitized the primordial spirit of a predecessor, and they also wanted these female disciples to find it from Yang Chen by all means. Based on this reason, building a relationship with Yang Chen in advance has become the priority of several major sects during this time. Even if the Taishanmen had the universe everlasting spirit suppressing formation, they were also pondering this point. At least before the formation exerts its power, they must first win over Yang Chen. Only waiting for one day in the future, they would directly take over the Chunyang Palace with the power of thunder. In this regard, Yang Chen did not conceal it from his wives. After showing it to them, Yang Chen gave a reply to the great sect. It was still the old rules, 2 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds, or other materials of equal value. As for people, they did not have to consider it for the time being. What Yang Chen did not expect was that the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were fine, but the other 3 major sects unanimously said that Yang Chen did not have to bear the pressure of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. They would solve this coordination by themselves, but the female disciples who promised to Yang Chen told him bluntly that they would propose marriage to the head of the palace. Propose marriage? Hearing this, Yang Chen shook his head directly like a rattle. What was this? In the past, when he proposed marriage to Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, many people were laughing at him. Now the 3 major sect actually reversed and wanted to propose marriage to the Chunyang Palace. It had to be said that the changes of the world really made people speechless. Yang Chen naturally disagreed. What a joke, how could he accept it without any friendship? Even Shishanshan had been in contact before, and then they came together step by step. How could a few sects' words make Yang Chen nod his head? However, the 3 major sects' thoughts were very determined, and they even directly announced this matter to the public. As soon as the news came out, there was another commotion in the Dao sects. Chapter 1156. It was not that there was no precedent of marriage between them. Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect and Green Jade Immortal Island were obvious examples. Of course, compared with the 2 major sects, Chunyang Palace was still considered a weak force. If they stood in the perspective of the sect and had to be divided into primary and secondary, then the pure Yang Palace was a bit too high. However, when the news of the 3 major sects proposing to Chunyang Palace came out, no one thought that the 3 major sects were trying to please Chunyang Palace. Everyone understood that all this was just for one person, Yang Chen. Yang Chen also used his own series of unique medicinal pills to prove to everyone that he was fully qualified to be courted by the 3 major sects. There was no doubt about this, and no one had any objections. In this regard, Yang Chen was not prepared at all. Although he knew that the other party would use the beauty trap, he thought that as long as he did not take it, it should be fine, but he did not expect the other party to use such a way. The reason for the unity of the 3 major sects was that these female disciples of their own have always admired Yang Chen, so they intended to be close to him. In order to fulfill the disciples' heart, the sect specially came to propose marriage. The Chunyang Palace side did not seem to expect this, and they were a little stunned. Fortunately, Yang Chen was still able to grasp it, and was not stunned by the reputation of several beautiful women. After a detailed discussion with Yang Chen, the master of the palace temporarily declined the marriage proposal of the 3 major sects. Blue Cloud sect and Green Jade Immortal Island were very contemptuous of the 3 major sects' actions, and also sent people to the 3 major sects to protest. They had seen the past, but they had never seen such a shameless person. If Chunyang Palace could not withstand the pressure or Yang Chen was fascinated by beauty, the little advantage that they had worked hard to establish before would gradually be leveled by the 3 major sects. How could this be? The 5 great sects didn't live in harmony. Everyone competed in an orderly manner. On the point of rejecting the three major sects, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect stood firmly on the side of Chunyang Palace. What a joke! What had he done earlier? Since suppressing him didn't work, he immediately switched to roping him in. Although the marriage proposal of the three great sect was declined, they were not angry. It was just that there were rumors that several fairies seemed to be sad and depressed because of this, which made many people who had tender feelings for the fairies curse Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. How could he break the heart of a beauty like this? Was he still a man? He would rather get drunk and whip a famous horse than betray a beautiful woman. Yang Chen naturally knew that his refusal would make the admirers of many fairies rejoice and hate him at the same time. However, in this regard, Yang Chen couldn't say anything more. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. It was better not to say anything. The 100-year pills were quickly taken away by the major sect. They were pleasantly surprised to find that in addition to the 50 100-year pills that they deserved, they also got a 1,000-year pill at the price of a 100-year pill. This was a big favor. Even if the three great sect were unhappy, they couldn't not recognize this favor. The first thing the people of the five great sect did when they returned to the sect with the 100-year pill was to ask some seniors who were in closed-door training to take a part of the 100-year pill. The reason why these seniors were in closed-door training was because their cultivation was insufficient or because they lacked confidence. Now, with the help of one or more 100-year pills, in just 1 month, there were hundreds of experts in the five great sect who had transcended the tribulation and ascended. This kind of scale directly scared many sects. Many of the first-rate sect thought that they already had a lot of experts. At least in terms of the number, they were already confident to be on an equal footing with the five great sect. They were planning to find a suitable opportunity to turn the five great sect into the 6 great sects or the 7 great sects. However, when this group of experts transcended the tribulation, all the ambitious sects were scared back. On average, there were more than 20 experts in each sect who were not confident enough to transcend the tribulation and ascend. They were all experts at the peak of the Mahayana realm. However, those disciples who were in closed-door training were not counted as experts with excellent qualifications and full of confidence. Thinking about the consequences if they acted blindly without thinking, countless people were covered in cold sweat. Not to mention those who were not clear about the background of the five great sect. Even Yang Chen himself was shocked. To be honest, Yang Chen himself thought that Chunyang Palace had also become a first-rate sect and was looking up to the super first-rate sect. Only now did he realize how short-sighted he was before. Even if he had the memory of being reborn for thousands of years, he was still a frog at the bottom of a well. If it weren't for the appearance of the 100-year pill, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to discover the hidden strength of the five great sects. Those experts who had recently ascended were the disciples who had made great contributions to their respective sect. Taking the 100-year pill was probably the reward given by the sect to them. No wonder everyone knew that taking the 100-year pill was not the right way, but the sect was still so active in buying it. It turned out that this was the reason. As long as there was the 100-year pill, there was no need to worry that some disciples couldn't break through at the last moment. It was a good thing to maintain the unity of the sect and enhance the cohesion of the disciples. Yang Chen was a little annoyed now. Was it because he sold it too cheaply? After all, after this incident, wouldn't the disciples of the five great sect all strive to sacrifice themselves for the sect? If he wanted to deal with the Taishanmen, it would be more and more difficult. But on second thought, this was good. On average, there were more than 20 experts who took the 100-year pill to pass the tribulation. It was estimated that they had consumed a lot of 100-year pills. Each sect had 50 100-year pills. How many would be left? This exclusive resource that he had mastered could certainly bring more benefits to himself and the Chunyang Palace. At this point, even if it was the Taishanmen, they couldn't casually find a reason to do something to the Chunyang Palace. The five great sect all wanted to get all kinds of pills from Yang Chen. How could the other sect tolerate the Taishanmen eating alone? Unless the five great sect had such thoughts at the same time. But this was estimated to be unlikely. At least the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were very difficult to pass. Until now, The Chunyang Palace really stood among the first-class sect and could stand for thousands of years or even longer. This was the time when the Chunyang Palace was really safe. Everyone understood that the major sect could get the 100-year pill, not to mention the Chunyang Palace. In this way, many individual cultivators and monster cultivators would choose to join the sect first, which was definitely Chunyang Palace. No matter how rich the five great sect was, it was impossible for them to pay more attention to an expert who only joined them later. The 100-year pill, a precious resource, would never be easily taken out. Only the Chunyang Palace was likely to provide it in large quantities. As a result, the influence of the Chunyang Palace rose again, and it became the most dazzling star in the sect. Of course, people were more interested in the story of the 7 girls of the Chenkuan sect, the Taishanmen's 5-element sect, fighting for a husband, especially when the man already had 4 beautiful wives. Chapter 1157. Whether it was in the secular world or the world of cultivation, love seemed to be an eternal topic, especially when it involved a total of 11 beauties. Moreover, each of them came from an extraordinary background and were peerless beauties in the world, which made it even more sought after. How many male cultivators were imagining how wonderful it would be if they were young Chen? The beauties of the 5 major sects would all be captured in one fell swoop. How pleasant would that be? How happy would it be to be able to make people forget about home and home? All kinds of stories spread more and more, and even young Chen had various love entanglements with these beauties as early as hundreds of years ago. How the 4 fairies were jealous of each other, and how they united to resist the temptation of wildflowers outside their homes. The story spread more and more widely, making people not know whether to laugh or cry. On the contrary, the protagonist in the story and his 4 beautiful wives, after experiencing the mortal world and seeing the reincarnation of the mortal world, did not care about these stories. Instead, they regarded it as a wonderful story and listened to it with relish. Husband, why don't you take the 5 sisters of the 5-element sect? Gao Yu even sometimes teased young Chen, and together with Gong Sunling, she persuaded him lest we sisters are not your opponents at all, and we can't let you enjoy yourself completely every time. They have the same mind, maybe they can serve you more comfortably. After young Chen forced the 4 women to sleep together, the estrangement between the 4 women was reduced a lot, but Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were close, and Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue were close. However, Gao Yu was right. Young Chen's body was far stronger than they imagined. Even if the 4 women added up, sometimes they really couldn't make young Chen completely satisfied. After being nourished by the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals, young Chen's body was unreasonably strong. In addition, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, an immortal body refining technique, has been cultivated to the realm of overturning the sea. Not to mention that the 4 women were only masters of the Yuanying stage. Even if they were 4 masters of the Daching stage, they may not be the opponents of young Chen. Although Gao Yu's tone was obviously teasing, she didn't have such thoughts. At the very least, she didn't want her husband to only be a little satisfied every time, while they themselves were floating in the clouds countless times. If there were so many people helping, maybe it would really make young Chen happy. Young Chen could only curl his lips and roll his eyes at the ridicule of his master and wife. Are you kidding me? Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan had gone through so many things to get together with me. Now that we are husband and wife, how happy are we? If he suddenly joined a group of strangers, it would be strange if he didn't feel awkward. Young Chen had a lot of secrets, and young Chen didn't hide them from his wife. If those women joined, these secrets would definitely be known, which meant that the 3 major sects would know. This alone was enough to make young Chen retreat. Thinking about it, he knew what the purpose of these women was. Young Chen didn't want to be surrounded by the eyes and ears of other sects. Could he do something else? Everyone was joking, but they would never be serious. As for what would be said outside, young Chen didn't care. What he had to do now was to stay in the sect for a period of time, continue to consolidate his cultivation, purify the ultimate demonized vine, and then refine the connection point of the 2 spaces. A series of masters of the 5 major sects had ascended, which directly set off an uproar in the entire cultivation world. If Mu Mingyuan had only let everyone see the effects and the first 10 pills had only let everyone understand that they could really increase their cultivation, then the ascension of this group of experts had directly pushed the century-old pill to the top of the altar. Not only Taoism, but also the demon clan and devil sects were boiling. Countless masters began to find various ways to go deep into Taoism and come to Chunyang Palace. Everyone's purpose was the century-old pill. Of course, if they could get the questioning inner heart pill on the way, it would be the best thing. Everyone was excited, but some people were especially excited, and some people were very depressed. The most depressed one was Li Liheng, the young master of Taishanmen. The century-old pill's effect was so powerful that Li Liheng directly saw a shortcut that could be reaped without any effort. However, the senior leaders of Taishanmen certainly didn't want him to take the century-old pill. This was an unorthodox way. How could it be better than the cultivation that he had cultivated honestly? But no one recognized Li Liheng's character. If there was such a shortcut, why did he have to cultivate stupidly? Everyone said it was an unorthodox way, but no one knew what the trouble was. No one had ascended to the spiritual world. Maybe this was just an excuse to make him dispel this idea. If he was unhappy that he couldn't use the century-old pill, then he was even more upset that he couldn't use the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation. Obviously, the direct increase in cultivation had such a powerful effect, but he was forced to make a heart demon oath that he couldn't use it. This made Li Liheng very unhappy. When would this day come to an end? Compared with Li Liheng's unhappiness, Yang Lan didn't know how excited they were. The century-old pill's effect was so outstanding, which meant that the effect of the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation was equally outstanding. It also meant that one day, even if Yang Lan's cultivation aptitude was not very good, she could rely on this to cross the tribulation and ascend to the spiritual world. Those masters who took the century-old pill were simply to prove to Yang Lan that they could successfully cross the tribulation by relying on their cultivation without cultivating their state of mind. In particular, Mu Mingyuan of Chunyang Palace, a waste person, could actually rely on his strong cultivation to ascend directly. Could such a good thing be arranged by God for Yang Lan to take revenge on Yang Chen? Yang Chen, this hateful guy, relying on a magic weapon that he didn't know which predecessor's primordial spirit stored, he thought that he could cover the sky with one hand, and that he could bring trouble to himself. Now that God had given Yang Lan a broad road, he just had to wait for the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation to be successfully arranged. At that time, it would be time for Yang Chen to pay the price. Not to mention humiliating Yang Chen at that time, so what if he killed him? With the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation, the Taishanmen were equivalent to having countless century-old pills, 1,000-year pills, and 10,000-year pills. They could improve their disciples' cultivation whenever they wanted. Why would they care about a little alchemist? At that time, all the sufferings and humiliations he had suffered would be returned by Yang Chen 100 times and 1,000 times. He wanted to let him know that a bumpkin would always be a bumpkin and could only be stepped on by him, the Yang family's young master. Chapter 1158. What? You are going to teach the disciples of the Yi Xiu Villa? Hearing Yang Chen's words, even the head of the palace could not help but jump up. What kind of place was the Yi Xiu Villa? It was the place where the new disciples of the Chunyang Palace stayed. Generally speaking, it was already common to have a disciple in the foundation stage to guide them. Under the reminder of Yang Chen, now there were several disciples in the 9th level of the Qi refining stage who followed the guidance, and this step was already the limit. Yang Chen was a Yuanying stage ancestor, but he had to go to the place where almost ordinary people gathered. The huge difference in identity could not help but surprise the head of the palace. Although Yang Chen had served as a disciple of the Yi Xiu Villa before, that was only when he was in the foundation stage. Now it was simply a waste to send a Yuanying stage ancestor. With this time, it was better to let Yang Chen refine a few furnaces of pills. This disciple has an idea that needs these new disciples to verify. Yang Chen did not hide anything, but used this reason to explain to the head of the palace if it is verified, it will greatly enhance the reputation of my Chunyang Palace. Over the years, the head of the palace had reached the peak of the Yuanying stage because of his double cultivation with Wn Qian. He could see that he could cross his tribulation and only wait for the right time. Recently, he spent time and energy in charge of the main sect. For the head of the palace, it was also equivalent to an experience. Originally, the head of the palace would not agree to this request of Yang Chen, but after hearing Yang Chen's explanation, he could not help but hesitate. Yang Chen, the young palace master, had never lied in front of them. Everything he said seemed to have become a reality or was becoming a reality. Now that Yang Chen said that it could greatly enhance the reputation of the Chunyang Palace, it would definitely be able to improve. After the head of the palace and several elders discussed it, they finally agreed to Yang Chen's request. Putting everything else aside, just Yang Chen's ability to guide disciples was something that no one could hope to catch up to. This had already been proven a long time ago. Among the disciples who had been guided by Yang Chen in the past, the worst aptitude was now at the early Jedan stage, and the best had already gone through the tribulation to form their nascent soul. Their cultivation was almost on par with Yang Chen's middle Yuanying stage. All of this was because when they were laying the foundation, they had the guidance of Yang Chen, the master-level teacher. Now that Yang Chen had returned to Yishio Manor, many people who knew about the past were envious of this new batch of disciples. However, envy was envy. This was a blessing that could not be forced. When Yang Chen came to guide the new disciples, he would only give them some pointers at the crucial moment. As for enlightenment, there was no need for him to do anything at all. When all the new disciples saw Yang Chen, they now had to pay their respects to the martial uncle. It was too simple for Yang Chen to do. It was simply an insult to him. The reason why he came to the Yishio Manor was that Yang Chen calculated the time and decided to make the matter of the acquired spirit root public. If this matter was not made public, he believed that in less than 100 years, the Taishanmen would also make this public. Instead of letting the Taishanmen be good people to improve their reputation, it was better to let Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace get this benefit. In the cultivation world, there were also researchers who were similar to scientists. Their interest was not in fighting, but in studying various ways of cultivation. Basically, every sect had such a hall, and even Chunyang Palace was no exception. Most of the results of these researchers would be protected as secrets of the sect, but there were also many times when these research results would choose to be made public. On the one hand, it was to enhance the influence and reputation of the sect. On the other hand, it was also to promote all the sect to follow its own research direction, similar to various modern industrial standards. The sect that mastered this kind of standard naturally had an advantage over other sect in a certain direction. Strictly speaking, it was part of the comprehensive strength of the sect. The reason why the Taishanmen became the largest Taoism sect was not only because of the powerful armed forces of the sect, but also because of the contribution of this kind of researchers. Basically, many things in the cultivation world were provided by the Taishanmen. In his previous life, the Taishanmen announced the discovery of the acquired spirit root, and their influence went to a higher level. They completely established the name of the largest Taoism sect, and the other sect no longer had the influence to compete with the Taishanmen. In this life, Yang Chen naturally would not let the Taishanmen get this position. Naturally, it was impossible for Yang Chen to come up with this result after just a few days in Yeshio Villa. Naturally, he would stay in Yeshio Villa for several years or even decades before he announced the discovery of the acquired spirit root. Therefore, the people who joined Chunyang Palace in these years were really blessed. This kind of advantage accumulated at the beginning was definitely a pleasant surprise. Basically, just like in Yeshio Villa, Yang Chen would generally give advice every few months, and everyone could take turns to do it. Now, the number of new disciples in Chunyang Palace was dozens of times more than in the past, so naturally, it would take more time. However, for Yang Chen, giving advice to a few juniors at the first level of the Qi refining realm was absolutely a piece of cake. Every time he gave advice, it was to the point, which made the disciples who received the advice overjoyed. The century-old pill was still spreading like wildfire. Wanbao Tower would auction 5 pills every year in its own auction house. Relying on the appearance pill and the century-old pill, Wanbao Tower had already vaguely become the #1 business in the world. Coupled with the special products of the Demon Tribe and the South Sea, even the business of the Taishanmen couldn't compete with Wanbao Tower. The romantic affairs between the beauties of the three sects and Yang Chen were still spread by word of mouth among the cultivators. At this time, it was best for Yang Chen to ignore them and let the trend cool down slowly. Otherwise, it would become more and more difficult to deal with. Coming to Yeshio Villa to give advice to the new disciples, Yang Chen also had the intention to avoid the limelight for a while. As long as he didn't show up, people would not have the target of the rumors, and the limelight would gradually decrease. The five sects unanimously chose to buy the prescription of the century-old pill. Of course, the Danding school, which had always been proud of refining pills, was no exception. Now, among the recognized masters of alchemy in the cultivation world, Yang Chen ranked first. Several masters of the Danding school followed Yang Chen respectively. As for the masters of the five sects' medicinal halls, it seemed that they were ranked even lower. For the prescription of the century-old pill, Yang Chen offered a price of 2 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds, which was the same level as the questioning inner heart pill. In this regard, whether it was the five sects or the Danding school, no one bargained. They seemed to think that this price was reasonable. Of course, 7th-grade fire seeds were not so easy to find. There were only a few kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds in the world, and Yang Chen had about half of them in his hands. In the end, several sects basically paid with materials of equal value. Chapter 1159. The Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect got the internal price because of the relationship between Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, so they got the internal price and the external price was 20% off. Just this price alone was enough to make the two sects explode with joy. The most unhappy ones were actually the Taishanmen, because of the need to arrange the universe everlasting spirit suppression great formation. Even the rich Taishanmen couldn't help but feel a little stretched. Fortunately, the Taishanmen had a deep foundation, and there was still a batch of elixirs that had been inherited for more than 100,000 years, which was barely offset. Yang Chen received a total of 4 kinds of 7th-grade fire seeds this time, and the rest were all kinds of top medicinal materials and top refining materials. As for the finished magic weapons and medicinal pills, Yang Chen almost didn't want any of them. Because when he left the demon continent, he made a great heart oath not to disclose the true situation in the demon continent. Therefore, on Yang Chen's pill recipe, there were only the names and weights of various auxiliary medicinal materials, and the name of the main material, the devilish bead, did not even appear. However, Yang Chen also specifically mentioned that the name of the main material could not be said because there was an oath, but as long as the major sect sent people to the demon continent, they could recognize what it was. On this point, Yang Chen promised by the Great Heart Oath, and the sect also accepted this statement. Every sect had masters who had been to the demon continent to gain experience. As soon as the devilish bead was described, those disciples immediately understood what it was. What made all the sect feel strange was that everyone knew what it was, but no one said it. It had to be said that this was a strange phenomenon. In fact, when the news of Mu Mingyuan's ascension spread, those masters who had been experienced in the demon continent knew what it was, but they didn't expect it to be so big and pure gold. They all thought that Yang Chen was deliberately mystifying, but in fact, it was to let Mu Mingyuan take a huge risk of his life. But after 100 years in the hands of the sect, those people thoroughly understood that this was the devilish bead that had been purified completely. It was just that no one knew how to purify it, and how to evenly distribute the medicinal properties of the demonic baleful bead at the stage of 100 years of cultivation. Other things were not rare. Even so, the importance of the 100-year pill made all the major sect pay attention to it. Soon, they organized people to go to the demon continent, specifically to obtain the demonic pearl for alchemy. In this regard, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect once again walked in front of several other sects. With the pocket money given by Yang Chen, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue were also rare rich women on the demon continent, and there were many demonic beads. Of course, Yang Chen would not charge them any fees for purifying the demonic baleful bead. This batch of low-grade devilish beads directly entered the medicinal hall of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the sect for those alchemy masters to refine century-old pills. The refining of the 100-year pill was not as complicated as the questioning inner heart pill. As long as one was a 4th-grade alchemist, they would be competent. Soon, The two sects' sex refinement was successful. When the news came out, it immediately stimulated other sect. However, no matter how exciting it was, there was no way. Even if the other sect had the demonic bead, it was not a purified demonic bead and could not be directly refined. Without it, it would take a long time to wait. It would take decades to go back and forth to the demon continent, not to mention the time to obtain the demonic bead. Therefore, several sects that had the demonic bead had to send people again to discuss the way to purchase and purify the demonic bead. But this time, Yang Chen said that he would not sell anything. The method announced to the outside world was that Yang Chen had a magic weapon that could purify the demonic bead, and he himself had no way to do it. This kind of thing could not be bought by any sect. Yang Chen would certainly not sell this magic weapon, but he agreed to give them the demonic bead to purify. Several sects had to gnash their teeth and take out an additional sum of spirit stones again in exchange for Yang Chen's purification of the demonic bead. In this way, some of the guys who vaguely guessed the core inside story of the demon continent seemed to understand why Yang Chen took the initiative to take his 4 wives to the demon continent 200 years ago. With such a magic weapon in hand, wouldn't it be a pity not to go? During this time, Yang Chen did not go out and stayed in the sect, but Yang Chen's 4 wives had their own actions. Sun Qingxue followed her master, Elder Hua, to cultivate hard, and the Blue Cloud sect had basically spread. The disciples who were willing to work so hard and inherited their master's mantle, and their cultivation methods were exactly the same, which was also a good story. Shishanshan continued her own cultivation, went out from time to time, and completed some tasks of the sect. The people who knew the Cold Plum Fairy all discovered that she was becoming more and more calm and reserved, but that fierce aura of hers had only increased. Even if they didn't know the storm when Shishanshan had just returned to the Green Jade Immortal Island from the Demon Continent, everyone also understood that Shishanshan's cultivation base was becoming more and more refined. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were working non-stop for the sect, and most of the time they were traveling outside. Both women now had powerful means, and basically, there were no twists and turns, and they all completed the tasks of the sect one by one. Yang Chen quietly stayed in the Yi Xiu villa to guide the new disciples, and it could almost be described as not going out. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed in a flash. In the past 20 years, except for the guidance every few months, Yang Chen has been purifying the demonic energy of the ultimate demonized vine. As the 9-nether flying sword became more and more powerful, Yang Chen's strength slowly increased, and the speed of absorbing the demonic energy became faster and faster. Finally, in the 18th year, Yang Chen absorbed all the demonic energy in the body of the ultimate demonized vine. This ultimate demonized vine of the 2nd grade of the Earth Immortal was enough for Sun Qingxue to cultivate for the next few hundred years. As long as she could absorb and refine this demonized vine, Sun Qingxue could be strong in the spiritual world for a long time. In the next 2 years, Yang Chen was constantly refining the space point of the demon continent with the cultivation method obtained by the Heart Demon sect. It must be said that this speculative cultivation method obtained in the Heart Demon sect was the biggest gain of Yang Chen in the demon continent. Basically, so far, all the guesses were completely correct. However, if Yang Chen wanted to completely refine that space point, it would not be completed in a few decades or 100 years. This was a very time-consuming work. With Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness of the 7th grade of the human immortal, he could multitask and refine it at any time. In the 20th year, Yang Chen calculated that it was about time and finally left the Yi Xiu villa. Soon after, Chunyang Palace began to announce to the public that the secret of the acquired spiritual root had been discovered, and it was made public to the sect. As soon as the news came out, it caused a frenzy in the entire cultivation world. Chapter 1160. Acquired spiritual root, what was that? Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded. As the name suggested, since it was called acquired spiritual root, it must be corresponding to the innate spiritual root. It should be easy to understand the innate spiritual root. Innate spiritual root. Then, could it be that the acquired spiritual root could be changed? This was the reaction in the minds of people who heard the word for the first time. Could it be that in addition to the innate spiritual root, there were other spiritual roots? This was a big event in the cultivation world. Not everyone had good qualifications like Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue. Most people had some kind of 5-element spiritual root that was relatively outstanding. Many people's cultivation was limited, and most of the reasons were because of insufficient qualifications. Now that a kind of acquired spiritual root had suddenly appeared, didn't it mean that if one also had an acquired spiritual root, they might have a chance to come into contact with the Great Way? It was said that this was accidentally discovered by Master Yang Chen, the alchemy master of Chunyang Palace, a long time ago. In order to verify it, he even observed and experimented with the new disciples of Chunyang Palace for hundreds of years. Especially in the last 20 years, Master Yang almost always observed the new disciples, and only then was he sure. The acquired spiritual root was also of the 5 elements, and this time, Master Yang also announced the method to test for the acquired spiritual root. If everyone had the conditions, they could take a simple test to determine whether they had acquired spiritual root. Like the innate spiritual root, the acquired spiritual root did not necessarily appear at any time. Therefore, it did not mean that it would not appear in the future. In short, the emergence of the acquired spiritual root also provided a new hope for many people. The first action of all the people who were interested in this was to test their acquired spiritual root according to the method announced by Chunyang Palace. The test for the acquired spiritual root was relatively simple. It only needed to use a unique multicolored stone. If one could not find it in a short time, they could go to Wanbao Tower. Wanbao Tower had already started to operate this kind of multicolored stone business. Many people who did not believe it saw with their own eyes that the multicolored stone showed a result different from their own spiritual root after they took the test. For a moment, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Some people immediately remembered that a long time ago, Yang Chen urged his master Gao to change from fire to water attribute cultivation method. Up to now, Gao could be regarded as a water and fire cultivator, and her cultivation base was already in the middle Yuanying stage. Could it be that from then on, Yang Chen had already discovered the existence of the acquired spiritual root? This possibility existed. If one counted the time when Yang Chen was still in the foundation establishment stage, he had forcefully ordered some of the disciples of Yishio Manor to practice a cultivation method with a different attribute from his own innate spirit root. It could be said that Yang Chen had begun his research in this area a long time ago. All the sect's disciples verified it one after another. As expected, they easily discovered that many of their disciples had different acquired spiritual roots. However, some acquired spiritual roots were better than innate spiritual roots, while some were far inferior to innate spiritual roots. This situation had long been explained in the information released by Yang Chen. However, it was only found that some people had a situation in line with Yang Chen's announcement, but it did not prove that people with acquired spiritual roots were better than those with innate spiritual roots. According to the attributes of the acquired spiritual roots, they could have a better future. This was not something that could be decided immediately, at least it would take a long time to verify. But from the current situation, Master Yang Chen didn't seem to have said anything false. If he usually said this, it basically meant that there would be no big changes. At least the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect have already believed this statement. As for Chunyang Palace, with the example of Gao, who would not believe it? The strength of support for believing and not believing was completely different. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect directly purchased a large number of 5-colored stones and tested them one by one. Each test showed a different disciple. If the acquired spiritual root was better than the innate spiritual root, it was recommended to recultivate immediately. Among them, there were some disciples who were originally judged to have poor qualifications and reluctantly joined the sect. Suddenly, they found that the excellence of the acquired spiritual roots was stunning. This group of disciples was immediately gathered together, and then the sect attached great importance to them. The resources were fully tilted and they immediately cultivated a new attribute. In just half a year, it was enough for many people to discover the differences in the cultivation of different attributes. It was also directly proved that the matter of the acquired spiritual roots mentioned by Yang Chen was indeed not a lie. Those cultivators below the Yuanying stage directly chose to change their cultivation attributes. As for the masters above the Yuanying stage, it was up to them to choose. Perhaps it would take a long time to recultivate, but it was related to better development in the future. At least they would have a headache for a long time. Countless words of praise were directly sent to Chunyang Palace and sent to the ears of Yang Chen. This was a great thing that would benefit all cultivators. It would allow every cultivator who was determined to cultivate to have a different choice. Even those who hadn't discovered the acquired spirit root would hold it in high esteem. If the amazing combat power was regarded as a special soldier in cultivation, then the person who released the research results of the acquired spiritual roots was simply a Nobel Prize winner in the academic world. At least, he was an academic big shot like a doctoral supervisor. Yang Chen's master title. There was one more. This time, it wasn't the word Great Master that was prefixed, but the word Great Master that was directly used. In the past, when people called Master Yang, it actually meant that he was a master of alchemy. But now, when people called Master Yang, it was a pure master, without any hidden attribution. In just 1 year, almost all the sect had added the acquired spiritual roots test when testing new disciples. And the multicolored stone of Wanbao Tower was sold out from the beginning. Because of the emergence of the acquired spiritual roots, the whole cultivation world was almost refreshed. For many years, there had not been such research results related to the origin of cultivation. The discovery of Yang Chen was simply a great event. What else has this Yang Chen not discovered? Such voices filled all the sect. Everyone was envious, jealous, and hateful of this disciple of Chunyang Palace. Why was such an excellent disciple not their own disciple? The influence of Chunyang Palace, because of this matter, had been directly raised to a new level. The acquired spiritual roots were not only good for the Taoist sects, but also for all cultivators. Whether it was the disciples of the demon clan or the devil clan, it was suitable. Just this alone, even if the demonic sects were deviant, they would have more incense for the pure Yang Palace. Chapter 1161. All the members of the sect were overjoyed, not for anything else, but because the discovery of the acquired spiritual root allowed them to find many good seedlings for cultivation, and the strength of the sect would gradually improve, which was naturally a good thing. But the only one who was not happy was the Taishanmen. Originally, some people in the Taishanmen had discovered this phenomenon by chance 100 years ago, but they had not been able to find the right way, so the research in this area had not been in depth, but they did not expect that Yang Chen would be the first to do so. Strictly speaking, the Taishanmen were not wronged. From the beginning, when Yang Chen asked Gao Yu to change to the water attribute cultivation method, it showed that Yang Chen had already discovered the signs. The Taishanmen only discovered it 100 years ago, so they were naturally behind Yang Chen. The main reason for their unhappiness was that Yang Chen, a disciple, should have been a Taishanmen, but he was kicked out by some arrogant guy, which helped the Chunyang Palace. Every time Yang Chen's major achievements seemed to be a heavy layer of flesh and blood on the scar of the Taishanmen's high-level officials, so that they could relive the taste of depression. It had to be said that it was very uncomfortable. All the disciples on duty who were responsible for accepting new disciples were all reprimanded by the high-level officials again. It was really a mistake that caused everlasting sorrow. Things that had happened for hundreds of years were picked up every once in a while to beat and teach them a lesson. These disciples were so depressed that they wanted to commit suicide. Was there anything more painful than this? Since the first time these disciples were punished, every time the Taishanmen came to accept new disciples, those disciples on duty were careful and did not dare to drive out a newcomer who had not seen the world casually. They were afraid that if they accidentally threw out a certain Li Chen or Wang Chen, they would be whipped because of this matter. The attitude of the Taishanmen in accepting new disciples had become a model of Taoism. Now Yang Chen's position in the cultivation world was unbreakable. Not to mention that he was the only fifth-grade alchemist in the mortal world. Just the discovery of the acquired spiritual root alone was enough to make almost all the cultivators feel indebted. If one wanted to deal with Yang Chen, not to mention those who needed Yang Chen's help, even if it was a stranger, no one would be able to say anything against it. The appearance of the acquired spiritual root seemed to have strengthened the determination of the three great sect to rope in Yang Chen. In addition to the Taishanmen, The Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect spared no effort to contact the Chunyang Palace in all aspects in order to let Yang Chen accept their female disciples. Only by becoming the son-in-law of his own sect would he be able to calm down a little. Now was not the time to casually destroy a future genius, at least not when it came to Yang Chen. Since that was the case, it was better to rope them in than to create enmity. This was something that anyone with a normal mind could think of. You found out at that time? When Gaou faced Yang Chen, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then why didn't you explain it clearly? Why did you have to use a bet to let me practice the water attribute cultivation method? The research was not thorough enough. How dare I talk nonsense? Yang Chen couldn't help but cry out, but he also couldn't help but smile. At this time, Gaou recalled Yang Chen's insistence. In order to let her change to the water attribute cultivation method, he even used to kill Lin Chang and the old devil as a bet. If there was an accident at that time, Gaou didn't dare to think about it. However, the more risky Yang Chen was, the more it seemed to show the importance of Gaou in his mind. Thinking of this, Gaou couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart, full of the joy of being cared for. Chunyang Palace, from the head of the palace, all the high-level members did not have a smile on their faces for more than a year, and they always had a jubilant look. It had to be said that Yang Chen, this disciple, was really too powerful. Since he was recruited to join the sect, he had almost never let the sect worry about him. Instead, because of Yang Chen, the sect got a lot of benefits again and again. With the gradual improvement of strength, the sect grew stronger, and even the influence was now higher. How could these high-level members not be happy? What are you going to do next? The head of the palace was now concerned about Yang Chen's next plan. Since the acquired spirit root had come to an end, presumably Yang Chen would have new plans. For the time being, this disciple has no new plans. Yang Chen replied truthfully. Now there was really nothing for Yang Chen to be busy with. In his memory, there would be no major events in the next period of time. It was just the right time to send the ultimate demonized demon vine to Sun Qingxue, and then accompany Shishanshan to take a trip. The rest was to wait for the Taishanman's universe everlasting spirit suppression formation to be launched. This disciple is ashamed. Suddenly, Yang Chen remembered one thing. In the past, he got the treasure of the Chunyang Palace, the 7th grade fire seed, pure Yang true fire. It was said that it would be preserved for 300 years. Now it had expired, and he had not absorbed it, nor had he returned it. Speaking of which, this was Yang Chen's own mistake. The palace master promised that this disciple could keep the pure Yang true fire for 300 years. This disciple is dull and has not used it yet. It is better to return it to the sect first. As he said this, Yang Chen hurriedly took out the fire seed of the pure Yang true fire and respectfully sent it to the hands of the palace master. In the eyes of the palace master, this was not a big deal. Yang Chen was now the young palace master. There was no difference between keeping it in the hands of Yang Chen and the hands of the palace master. At least no one at the top of the Chunyang Palace would have an opinion. However, since Yang Chen said so, it did not matter to the palace master to take it back. Anyway, when Yang Chen wanted it, he could take it at any time. It was just a little effort. There was no need to sing a different tune with Yang Chen because of this. If that's the case, then this old man will take it back. The palace master put away the fire seed, and then exhorted, if you need it in the future, come to this old man at any time. Thank you for the palace master's understanding. Yang Chen thanked him very politely. This was the kindness of the elders, and he certainly would not refuse it. But then again, it seems that the sect does owe you a lot of things. The palace master suddenly said, you made a great contribution in the past. The sect allowed you to enter the secret pavilion at any time to see what good things you needed, but you never went in. Anyway, you have nothing to do, you can go in and see. This was the reward that Yang Chen received for his continuous contributions in the past. Yang Chen naturally did not forget it. However, he did not think that he could find anything in the secret pavilion of the Chunyang Palace. It seemed that except for the fire seed of the pure Yang true fire of the 7th grade, there was nothing that could move Yang Chen. With Yang Chen's current net worth, How could it be easy to look at the property that the ancestors of the Chunyang Palace had worked hard to accumulate? However, since it was the kindness of the elders, Yang Chen would naturally not disobey. In his previous life, Yang Chen did not have the opportunity to enter the secret pavilion. He had never been qualified. This time, he could go in and open his eyes to make up for the regret of his previous life. Chapter 1162. The secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace was not very special. It was also an independent space. The space was not large. It was about the same size as the secret plane where Yang Chen found the praying mantis. However, even so, it was still dozens of miles in radius. When Yang Chen came in, it seemed empty. There were no living things in the secret pavilion, just a small mountain. What's more, there was not even a house. At first, Yang Chen didn't know where to look for suitable things. His spiritual awareness began to explore subconsciously, and soon Yang Chen had to smile bitterly. I don't know if the ancestors of the Pure Yang Palace were lazy, or if they intended to test the disciples' luck. The good things in the secret pavilion were scattered in various places. The disciples who entered the secret pavilion basically had to play a treasure hunting game. Yang Chen guessed that Chunyang Palace was still too poor at that time. If there were not many masters, it was not realistic to build a set of beautiful houses in the secret pavilion, so it had been left to the present. If there was a chance in the future, he still had to build the secret pavilion of the sect well. In the secret pavilion, most of the spiritual awareness was blocked, but for Yang Chen, this degree of spiritual awareness shielding could not affect much. At least under the exploration of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, at least a quarter of the land could be clearly known. Speaking of it, the ancestors of Chunyang Palace were not a rich sect. Except for the ancestors, there were no decent masters. Therefore, although the things in the secret pavilion were good things in the previous Chunyang Palace, there was almost nothing that could make Yang Chen look at it. Yang Chen easily found the fire seed of pure Yang True Fire again. The 7th grade fire seed was not carefully placed, as if it was thrown in at will. This fire seed had just been returned by Yang Chen. At present, he could only absorb the 5th grade fire seed. There was no way to move the 7th grade fire seed. Therefore, Yang Chen would not have any ideas about the 7th grade fire seed. He just put it away casually and then continued to look for other good things. It could be seen that most of the good things were added in the past few hundred years. There were several magic weapons that looked very good. Yang Chen could also find traces of refining from them. In addition, there were a lot of good flying sword. Yang Chen remembered that it seemed that he got it from the secret plane of Taishanmen. A part of it was handed over to the sect, and now it has become a reward in the secret pavilion. Since he had already entered the secret pavilion, his own sect, Yang Chen did not mind helping the sect. The magic weapons that he saw were all erased by Xiao Tian from all the refiner's aura on the magic weapons and became clean. In the future, if there were disciples of Chunyang Palace who entered the secret pavilion and got these magic weapons, because of Yang Chen's efforts, they could save at least a few decades of hard work. Anyway, the benefits were obtained by the disciples of his own sect. The meat was rotten in the pot. This kind of effort was easy for Yang Chen to do. After walking for a while, Yang Chen found the trace of the questioning inner heart pill and also the 100-year pill. These two kinds of medicinal pills, even in the Chunyang Palace, were regarded as the treasures of the palace. Only by making enough contributions to the sect could they have the opportunity to enter the secret pavilion and find suitable magic weapons or medicinal pills for themselves. This was the reward measure of the sect. Of course, Yang Chen would not say anything about it. However, so far, Yang Chen has not found what he needs. Whether it was medicinal pills or magic weapons, it was not what Yang Chen was interested in. Speaking of it, most of the things in this secret pavilion were now related to Yang Chen. Whether Yang Chen could enter the secret pavilion or not, whether he could find things or not, it seemed that there was not much impact on Yang Chen. However, soon Yang Chen found something different. It was more than a dozen jade slips. The jade slips that could be placed in the secret pavilion by the ancestors of the sect were naturally not ordinary. Yang Chen immediately became spirited and quickly rushed to the side of the first jade slip. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, This jade slip was a very profound cultivation method. It seemed that at least the darching stage could be cultivated. Water attribute cultivation method. Yang Chen shook his head with slight regret. The cultivation method did not have much meaning for Yang Chen. No matter how powerful the cultivation method was, it was not as good as the original cultivation method. That was, Yang Chen could be allowed to find what he liked in the secret pavilion at will. If it was replaced by anyone else, after coming in and touching the first thing, they would be involuntarily sent out of the secret pavilion. If it was a magic weapon or medicinal pill, it could be taken away, but if it was something like a jade slip, it could only be returned after consulting. Throwing away the jade slip in his hand, Yang Chen came to the location of the next jade slip. When his spiritual awareness explored it, he suddenly became spirited. On this jade slip, the ancestral master had personally recorded his fire attribute cultivation experience. The part about the fire was recorded in great detail, especially for the control of pure yang true fire. It was a very insightful view. Yang Chen was overjoyed, even if he had tens of thousands of years of fire control experience in his previous life, but this part of the ancestors special for pure yang true fire was also an extremely precious thing for Yang Chen. Under the great joy, Yang Chen sat down on the spot and began to slowly review the experience. Comparing it with his own understanding, he sat for more than 10 days. It couldn't be helped but be said that those who could establish their own sect were definitely geniuses among geniuses. The fire control experience left by the ancestor, even for Yang Chen, was a very useful supplement. Just looking at the records for a long time, Yang Chen felt that his ability to control fire seemed to have improved. In the secret pavilion, of course, Yang Chen could not easily experiment, but these things of the ancestor were firmly remembered in his mind. Don't look at the experience left before the ascension. It was enough for Yang Chen to collect pure yang true fire at the right time. Just this piece of jade slip was already worth Yang Chen entering this secret pavilion. With this harvest, Yang Chen naturally would not let go of other jade slips and began to look at them one by one. Some jade slips that recorded advanced cultivation methods, Yang Chen basically skimmed over them first. There was a piece of jade slip that recorded several unique pill recipes. Yang Chen paid special attention to it. The pill recipe was not a complicated pill recipe. For Yang Chen, it basically belonged to the kind with no difficulty, but these pill recipes seemed to have very precious raw materials. After the success of refining, there was also a very significant feature: expensive. Moreover, these pill recipes seemed to have a better effect on mortals than on cultivators. But Yang Chen attached great importance to it, not for anything else, but one of these pill recipes was called longevity pill. So far, Yang Chen had never heard of this kind of longevity pill in the immortal world except for the Taishang Laojun and the South Pole Immortal Wang. Chapter 1163. Although the lifespan of the cultivators has increased greatly after cultivation, it is not without restrictions. The cultivators will also grow old and their lifespan will be exhausted. If they can't make a significant breakthrough in their cultivation base, they will be trapped in a realm and unable to improve and eventually die. It could greatly increase the lifespan of mortals. In fact, it was very easy to do. Many things could effectively improve the physique of mortals. When the physique was improved, the lifespan would naturally increase. It was very simple to extend life. For cultivators, it was not so easy. The physique of the cultivators itself had been greatly improved. It was not easy to do this simply by relying on medicinal pills. It was just like being unable to directly improve one's cultivation base. It was very difficult. However, the longevity pill on the jade slip did not simply rely on this method to increase one's lifespan. Of course, there was this reason, so the effect was very good for mortals. But there was such a small part that was still different. Even for cultivators, it was also useful, but the effect was not as obvious as for mortals. Who was Yang Chen? The only 5th-grade alchemy grandmaster in the mortal world. With the insight of the great principal golden immortal, he naturally discovered the specialties at a glance. Speaking of which, the uniqueness of this kind of longevity pill was to supplement people's lifespan in a way similar to supplementing life essence. It was purely to supplement people's lifespan. There was no other effect. It would not deepen the cultivation base, It would not stimulate the potential in advance, it was simply to supplement life. The relationship between the various medicinal materials on the pill recipe was very harmonious. It was obviously the work of an expert. The technique of alchemy was gentle and belonged to the most orthodox kind that would not have any side effects. If it was purely based on the alchemy technique, as long as there was a fourth-grade alchemy master, it could completely meet the needs. However, if it was just a fourth-grade alchemy master, he would not be able to refine the longevity pill even if he was beaten to death. This kind of longevity pill had a very harsh condition, that was, when refining, it required 2 specific 7th-grade fire seeds. Pure yang true fire, pure yin true fire, these 2 7th-grade fire seeds were the necessary fire seeds to refine the longevity pill. As long as you have these 2 kinds of fire seeds, as long as you reach the level of a 4th-grade alchemy master, as long as there are enough medicinal materials, you can refine the longevity pill. Seeing this condition, Yang Chen finally knew why the elixir recipe of the prolonging life pill was in the secret chamber of Chunyang Palace. It seemed that in addition to those wild fire seeds that no one knew where else existed, the pure yang true fire could only be found in the treasures left by the ancestors of the Chunyang Palace. Other sect wouldn't be able to find such a precious fire seed even if they wanted to. Just one kind of pure yang true fire was already so difficult to find, not to mention another kind of pure yin true fire that was directly comparable to pure yang true fire. The power of the 2 types of true fire was exactly the same, but one was yin and the other was yang. When refining pills, yin and yang had to complement each other in order to succeed. Under such harsh conditions, even if a rich and imposing sect like the Taishanmen's Danding sect could find a fire seed, there was almost no one who could control 2 kinds of fire seeds at the same time. A 7th-grade fire seed was enough to make people dominate the world, not to mention 2 at the same time. Yang Chen thought about it and he couldn't think of anyone who could use 2 7th-grade fire seeds at the same time, except for himself. With this idea, Yang Chen suddenly felt a little guilty. Perhaps, Li Cheng could also do it. The pure yang true fire was in this secret chamber, but the pure yin true fire had never been heard of anywhere. Even if Yang Chen had obtained a lot of 7th-grade fire seeds from the major sect, there was no trace of the pure yin true fire. It seemed that he could use the pure yin true fire as a target to look for. The principle recorded in the elixir recipe of this kind of prolonging life pill was already understood by Yang Chen, but the effect of the elixir was not good for cultivators. Yang Chen was very confident that on the basis of this elixir, he could research the real prolonging life pill that could greatly increase the lifespan of cultivators. This was not the same as the 100-year pill that directly improved the cultivation base, but simply increased the lifespan. After taking the 100-year pill, it was possible to increase the lifespan by breaking through, but in order to resolve the side effects of the 100-year pill, it would take a longer time. However, it was different to simply increase the lifespan. Although the time of breakthrough would be delayed, everything was obtained by one's own cultivation, so naturally it could not be compared. There was no direct side effect of improving the cultivation base. For those who were approaching the end of their lifespan and could not break through, it was simply a perfect life-saving medicine, even better than the 100-year pill. Since Yang Chen chose to be an alchemist as his identity in this life, Yang Chen certainly had to conduct in-depth research on the path of alchemy. It was definitely not enough to rely on his past achievements. With the level of Yang Chen's previous life, he was at most a 6th-grade alchemist master. Basically, it was not surprising when he arrived in the spiritual world. And the only way to improve his level of alchemy was to study and create his own elixir. Just as you can never become a real scholar by following the textbook, you always have to overcome a difficult topic to be recognized as a master. Coming to the secret chamber, he found such a good thing, a good topic. Yang Chen was naturally overjoyed. The experience of the ancestor, coupled with the elixir recipe of this prolonging life pill, was enough to make Yang Chen's trip worthwhile. But surprises always came inadvertently. An ancient jade slip, he didn't know how long it had been kept. When Yang Chen picked it up and looked at it casually, he jumped up and was surprised. What was recorded on this jade slip turned out to be the 3rd fire true secret art that Yang Chen couldn't find. Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, now only the 3rd fire true secret art has not been found. Unexpectedly, It appeared in front of his eyes inadvertently. How could it not make Yang Chen ecstatic? How could there be such a third fire true secret art in the secret chamber of Chunyang Palace? Yang Chen couldn't think of it even if he broke his head. But what was recorded on the jade slip in front of him was not the fake third fire true secret art. Yang Chen saw it from beginning to end. With his knowledge, he could immediately distinguish the authenticity. This was the real third fire true secret art. How was this possible? It was not an exaggeration at all to say that one could wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find it effortlessly. Was there anything more dramatic than this? If he knew that there was a third fire true secret art in the secret chamber of Chunyang Palace, why would Yang Chen have to go around looking for it, racking his brains to search for memories in his mind? Yang Chen almost couldn't wait to remember the third fire true secret art firmly in his mind. The huge surprise made Yang Chen lose his temper. Fortunately, it was in the secret chamber, and he was alone. Otherwise, if it was seen by others, it would definitely be a joke for Yang Chen for many years. Blessings were unparalleled. Today, Yang Chen's face was already full of joy. After going out, he must ask the head of the palace, which ancestor passed down this third fire true secret art. How could he offer a few sticks of incense to thank the ancestor? Chapter 1164. You asked where this third fire true secret art came from? The head of the palace looked at Yang Chen in front of him and looked at him with a very strange look. In fact, this is also related to you. When Yang Chen came out of the secret pavilion, he asked about the third fire true secret art, which made the head of the palace a little stunned. However, he did not hide it, but directly began to explain to Yang Chen. Related to me? Yang Chen frowned. He thought about it. He couldn't remember when he got the third fire true secret art, and he also handed it over to the head of the palace. However, since the palace master said so, it would not be a fake, so he continued to listen. The master of the Luo family, Luo Yuan, didn't he chase you? The head of the palace first mentioned Luo Yuan, and then talked about the whole incident. Many years ago, when Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue went out to experience together, they once took Sun Qingxue into the secret plane. In addition to getting a lot of praying mantis puppets, the other biggest gain was the third fire true essence. Coming out of the secret plane, Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue were chased by Luo Yuan, a master of the late Daching stage. At that time, Yang Chen relied on the high speed of the shuttle to send Sun Qingxue back to Blue Cloud Sect, and with Luo Yuan began to fly a kite on the vast sea. In the end, with the help of the big octopus, Lan Ying, Luo Yuan was killed. At that time, the reason why Luo Yuan chased Yang Chen was to get the third fire true essence. After Luo Yuan's death, Yang Chen also searched Luo Yuan's body, but did not find any whereabouts of the third fire true secret art. At that time, it was left unsettled. However, Chunyang Palace had just improved their strength at that time. They couldn't bear to see someone have evil thoughts on their own genius disciple, so they directly sent people to destroy the Luo family. The treasures accumulated by the Luo family over the years naturally belonged to Chunyang Palace. Among them was this piece of third fire true secret art jade slip. Because it was the original cultivation method, the palace master put the third fire true secret art in the secret pavilion for meritorious disciples to cultivate. However, the conditions for practicing the third fire true secret art were harsh. One must have the third fire true essence, so no one had chosen it until Yang Chen asked. Yang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he felt lucky. At that time, the third fire true secret art could not be found on Luo Yuan, and the Luo family kept this thing in the family. Fortunately, there was Luo Yuan in the past, otherwise Yang Chen did not know where to find the third fire true secret art. For others, it is difficult to cultivate the third fire true secret art because there is no third fire true essence. But for Yang Chen, there was no problem. The third fire true essence had already been prepared, everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Now that the third fire true secret art was also in hand, Yang Chen couldn't wait to complete the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art. Gathering the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art, this was a complete wish of Yang Chen after his rebirth, and success was imminent. Yang Chen didn't even have the leisure to talk more with the palace master. After understanding the reason, he immediately left, returned to his own small courtyard, went into the dragon palace and began to retreat. For the first time, the palace master saw Yang Chen so anxious. It seemed that such a situation only happened after Gao Yu was seriously injured last time. However, Yang Chen was a fire attribute innate spirit root, and it was no wonder that he found the third fire true secret art. It was inevitable that he would be excited, but he did not have too much guilt. After Yang Chen went back, he sat in the dragon palace for at least half a day, then he suppressed his excitement and began to practice according to the third fire true secret art. Yang Chen has already cultivated 9 kinds of original cultivation methods, and his experience was so rich that no one could match it. The last kind of third fire true secret art, Yang Chen's innate spirit root attribute, coupled with the understanding of the fire attribute in his previous life, the cultivation was simply a piece of cake. In just 4 months, the third fire true secret art in Yang Chen's body was completely transformed into the third fire true essence and began to flow in the body. As soon as the third fire true secret art was successfully cultivated, it directly caused a chain reaction. The great yin and yang 5 elements secret art was finally formed, and the 10 kinds of spiritual power were all the most original spiritual power, and instantly began to affect each other. Because of the time of cultivation, some of the original spiritual power was deep, and some of the spiritual power was shallow. This was a normal phenomenon. But when the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art began to operate fully, all the spiritual power was like one, and began to flow according to the yin and yang 5 elements. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, earth gave birth to metal, the 5 elements gave birth to each other, and all the spiritual power began to skyrocket under the stimulation of the mutual generation attribute. The total amount of all the spiritual power, under this nature of the 5 elements, began to slowly balance. The least third fire spirit power, the total amount increased wildly, and the most fifth earth true essence, was slowly decreasing, and gradually converging. In the end, the total amount of all the spiritual power became almost exactly the same. Then the circulation of the yin and yang 5 elements began. Metal restrained wood, wood restrained earth, earth restrained water, water restrained fire, fire restrained metal, the 5 elements restrained each other, all the original spiritual power began to restrain each other again, and the total amount continued to decrease. This situation appeared when Yang Chen began to cultivate the yin and yang 5 elements secret art. The positive yin and yang 5 elements increased the spiritual power, but the negative yin and yang 5 elements consumed the spiritual power, and at the same time, it polished all the spiritual power to become more and more pure. Because of the lack of a kind of third fire true essence, it has not been able to reach the point of perfection. Now that the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art was completed, all the spiritual power began this positive and negative cycle process. In less than 6 months, the yin and yang 5 elements spirit power in Yang Chen's body was condensed into an abnormally pure state. This condensing effect was far better than the effect of purifying the spiritual power in each of the original true secrets art cultivation methods. Just like this, the quality of the original spiritual power in Yang Chen's body was almost as good as Li Cheng's. However, Yang Chen also knew that there was still a big gap between him and Li Cheng. He had already had such an adventure, he really didn't know how Li Cheng did all this. The great yin and yang 5 elements secret art was completed. Even if there was a negative 5 elements that constantly consumed and condensed the spiritual power, the speed of Yang Chen's spiritual power growth still surprised Yang Chen. Even if he couldn't say that it was 10 times faster than before, but it was still 3 times faster. In just half a year, Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base directly rushed to the peak of the middle Yuanying stage, and it seemed that he was only 1 step away from being able to step into the late Yuanying stage. This was the result of Yang Chen's constant attention to the condensation of spiritual power. If he let go, he believed that he could reach the late Yuanying stage, but it was just a matter of turning over his hand. There was another complete change in his sea of consciousness. The young fire dragon of the yin-yang heaven burning fire, after adding the third fire true secret art, was also like a yin fire dragon. The scales and claws appeared, and the carvings became lifelike.